Just very simple.
Okay, hello everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started with our meeting tonight. Sorry, we're just a few minutes delayed getting set up. We have 9 items on the agenda, actually eight items on the agenda, and then there's been 2 withdrawals. Number 5 has withdrawn, Sunflower East Village, 88 2nd Avenue, and number 10, Cruise Hospitality, 154 Orchard Street. So if you were interested in either of those 2 items, they are withdrawn from this meeting. They may or may not be coming back in the future. Just watch the agenda for next month. We're going to go ahead and get started. I'm going to take an attendance. Sarah Baccio.
Present.
Michael Lavario. Present. David Crane.
Present.
Jamie Felton.
Present.
Belver. Sorry, I'm screwing up names left and right today. I don't know what it is. Jamie.
I'm here.
And Amanda Liu.
Yes.
Clint Snelford. Jesse Beck. Nuami Nayuma. Got it. Okay. Susan had a quick announcement she was going to make before we get started into the items tonight.
Okay, thank you. Clint, if you could pass those flyers around. This is both for the public, actually asking committee members for help. We have on September 20th, we have our charter mandated annual public hearing for budget priorities. And I have lots of these flyers and the information is also on our website for the public. But I want to ask committee members if you could post flyers in your residences or any local organizations that you might belong to let people know about this. It will be at the community board. It will be hybrid, I think. It's going to be on Zoom. It's going to be on Zoom. The committee will be here. It will be on Zoom, so people can just register and join virtually. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take one item out of order just because we have one item that is going to be really quick. I don't really think there needs to be much discussion with the committee on this item. It is item number 9. It's an NHTV form by Selwyn Chan, 48C Bowery. I think we're going to move that one to the beginning just to get it out of the way, and then we'll take the rest in order. So the way the meeting is going to, we will have, if you're here for that item, please raise your Zoom hand, and we will promote you as a panelist to the meeting. So if you are here for item number 48C Bowery, please raise your hand. Sound on the Zoom is bad, so I'm saying. Daniel's saying sound on the Zoom is bad.
Shift back a foot or two because
To get,
I'm expecting that it's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
so,
I suspect it's because we're just in front of the bank.
what?
I think it's because we're just in front of the bank of flags, and if we've got 2 feet.
That might help.
Sound check, baby.
Hey, Daniel, can you respond back to see if this is better?
Is this any better, Daniel? Can you hear us now? Or perhaps not?
He's saying it's better.
He says this is better. Okay,
Yeah.
so we just have to remember we have to be back behind the hanging mics. Okay, so I see Selwyn. That is you with your hand up. You can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yep.
Sorry. Okay, can you hear us okay now?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, thank you. Is your attorney here with you or?
Oh.
Is Joseph here with you tonight?
Joseph is present, should be present there with you.
It's been on before. Try.
Oh,
Oh, Matthew Colton and Joseph Lee. Okay, so go ahead and promote.
This is Joseph.
Okay, and he's telling us, he said it in the chat, so we're good.
Probably just the.
Okay. Okay, hi Joseph, sorry, we just didn't recognize the name Matthew Colton.
Hey guys, all good. You guys doing okay?
Yep. So I'm going to give a quick summary of this item and then we'll give you an opportunity to add or correct anything that I have said, and then we'll see if there are any members of the public. We'll move on to our committee discussion and then move on to a vote. So this is for a full on-premises liquor license in the premises located at 48C Bowery between Canal and Bayard Street within the Canal Arcade. It's an application for a cocktail bar with an occupancy of 74 people, 6 tables and 20 seats with the one question I do have, what size is the bar? You didn't have there were no dimensions on your floor plan. Do you know roughly, is it?
The square footage?
Well, just the length of it. We generally say with a 10-foot bar or a 20-foot bar.
Okay.
I know there are 11 seats, or 10 seats was what I counted, but.
Yeah, it's 10 seats. So linearly, approximately 20 feet, I guess. It's kind
Okay,
of.
that's fine. That's just.
Yeah.
So it was like, oh, what was that, Joseph?
I said, yeah, 20 feet is right.
Okay, perfect. So it's a 20-foot bar with 10 seats, with less than a full kitchen, serving food until 1 hour closing, with recorded background music. There are 5 full on-premises licenses within 500 feet per the lamp map. This location was previously unlicensed. It is a location within the Canal Arcade. The applicant currently holds 2 liquor licenses, one at 46 Bowery, the other at 38 Rector Street. There were 11 residents who live within 2 blocks of the location signed a petition in favor of the application. And that was basically, I mean, this is a pretty simple application. Is there anything else you want to add to this?
Yeah, all I would say is I would point out there was a discrepancy with hours. The petitions were for 2 a.m. during the week, 4 a.m. on the weekends. The application indicated 2 a.m. 7 days a week. So we would like the later hours on the weekends if possible. It's a small space. It's controlled, it's background music. And again, it's in that arcade between Bowery and Elizabeth, kind of shielded from anything near any kind of residential neighborhood and you know, common management throughout a lot of the spaces in this arcade, and they've all been working nicely for a number of years. No reason to think that'll change here.
If it's later than what they were saying, so if they're closing earlier than what it is, they were saying 4 a.m. and it's actually 2 a.m. That's correct? Your petition said 4 a.m., but it's actually 2 a.m.?
Correct. The petition is 4 a.m. on the weekends, 2 a.m. during the week. We would like those hours that align with our petition. The application packets in front of you that were sent to the board office were 2 a.m. across the board.
Oh, wait a second.
That's a change from what Joseph told me an
So,
hour ago.
so the petition said 4 a.m. across the board.
The petitions are 2 a.m. during the week, 4 a.m. on the weekends.
And the application we have was 2 a.m. all nights.
Correct.
But what the petition that people signed was the later hours. So you basically want to modify, so that's okay. I'm okay with that. You want to modify what your application said to match what the petition signed.
Correct.
So it would be 2 a.m., what, Sunday through Thursday or Sunday?
Sunday through Thursday, 2 a.m., Friday, Saturday, 4 a.m., yes.
Okay. Susan? I think I'm okay with that change because the hours were actually later and you're moving them up earlier than what the petition signed. Does anyone else have an issue with that?
I don't think that's what he's saying.
It is.
It is.
No, he said he wants, so didn't you say you want to change your application to be 4 a.m. on the weekends?
Correct.
Yes, which is consistent with what the petition signature is saying.
Then is stated. Ordinarily, I would say we would never, ever allow that because what we have notified the community is that this is going to close at 2 a.m. The only reason I could see to possibly make an exception for this one is that it's in an arcade, so it's not really impacting anyone. But ordinarily, we would never do that.
we have given later hours at a meeting that they've had an application during discussion.
But it's not what that's on the application. It's
But-
not what they notified the community.
No, but we've been at the meeting and given, someone maybe asked for midnight, and in the end, they've left with 1 o'clock hours, then what was on their application was midnight.
Maybe we shouldn't do that.
We shouldn't do that, but.
I agree, we should not. The petition is not real. I mean, it's real, but it is not the main form of public outreach. What we put on the website is the questionnaire, the application. That is the main notification to the public.
I agree with you, but like Clint said, we've made these sort of changes all the time.
And
and
we should stop doing
We
that,
should
is what I'm saying.
So are we stopping today or are we stopping next time?
Stopping now, I hope.
Well,
I hope,
I'm gonna say the only thing different about this is that it's in an arcade. That is the only,
It has no impact on
Yeah.
any neighboring streets. I agree with you on that.
other than that, I'd say we would never do it.
personally, I'm for like, hearing this out the way it was, the app signatures and the application. On the petitions, I understand it's not the normal outreach,
But he is right. If people looked at it on the website and thought, okay, I'm fine with it closing at 2, but they probably maybe wouldn't be closing at 4, they didn't come to the meeting because of that. I don't know. I agree. I see both sides.
Is this the application we're forwarding on us, or somebody decide that? I'm pro hearing it.
You okay with staying at 2 AM all night, since that's what your application is, and that's what we advertise?
I mean, the preference would be for 4 AM on the weekends, which is why I'm voicing the request for the change. If that's not something you guys are gonna entertain, would I rather 2 AM across the board than nothing or having to come back? Sure.
I mean, there is also the full board, so let's say they approved the hours on the petition tonight. People could come to the full board and voice their opposition.
And they'll be notified by,
They're not notified of the stipulation, like it's not, they can't look at the recording.
if they look at every little thing, but the
I mean, well,
fact
those
is
are
our
the types of people
agenda,
that usually.
we should not be hearing anything that's not on our agenda, period. That has always been the policy of CD3 for 20 plus
Yes,
years.
it is on our agenda.
On our agenda, it says 2 AM across the board.
We have we not, heard applications and granted hours that were different and later than.
Prior to me being on the committee, it happens on a regular
It is possible.
basis. The place on Avenue C and Second Street, they came in with 2 o'clock, you guys gave them 4 o'clock, so it's happened, that's all I'm
Doesn't
saying.
mean it has to happen anymore. I mean, I really think we should be diligent. I did catch that we did
But
it.
there's a lot of stuff that's been happening that we haven't set any clear policies and procedures to change
The
yet.
clear policy
so-
of the board is, it's on the agenda, that is the only thing we may vote for. That is very clear.
But if it's on the agenda, we often give them earlier or later hours, that's what the meetings are for to discuss.
Earlier is fine.
So it seems to me if we have, a policy of allowing an applicant to ask for something later than what's on the questionnaire and approving it, everybody's going to put in questionnaires that are not true.
You're right,
Um,
they do it a lot already, so.
but
Well, we could tell them we gotta come back next month and we'll send a determination to the SLA that they better come back next month. I mean, really, we need the applications, we need to know in advance what they are. It's already difficult for us because.
I mean, we would have noticed this if you would have sent us the petitions more than an hour before the meeting. I'm just gonna point that out. That was a little frustrating. We need to get information sooner, go.
I can't argue with that.
can I make a suggestion?
I'm gonna go forward with this because, and only because it's in the Chinatown Arcade and it has absolutely really no impact on the neighboring residents. If this was anywhere else, I would have stuck with the application. So I'm gonna make the call and say we're gonna move forward with this for this specific item. And that's, for that reason and that reason alone.
The idea there is that the only impact possible is from inside of the bar. The fact is, when you let out people, I have no idea what, I haven't heard the application yet. But if there were to be a large number of people let out onto the street, it's
They're
always
not,
unpleasant.
they're not going out into the street at one point,
They are, all right,
so.
well,
Can you give us a little bit of, so other than that major point about the hours, is there anything else that I said in the summary that needs to be corrected?
No.
Okay, Selwyn, can you give us a quick little, just 1 minute blurb about what you're proposing and what your idea is for this space?
Yeah, it's a simple craft cocktail bar. You know, we run 2 businesses in the arcade already, so it's a well-heeled clientele, very well behaved. We don't intend to seat beyond the capacity, so however many seats we have will be however many patrons are allowed in at any given time. Very respectful sort of operation, very akin to any other sort of fine cocktail establishment. Truly just kind of background music environment with high quality sound to enjoy very meticulously crafted cocktails, and you know, just complementing the 2 other businesses that we already manage in the arcade.
Am I correct in saying that you intend for this to be essentially a place that people could wait if they're waiting for their table in other spaces, and that's what this was partially intended for?
That's definitely partial intention, because we have the you know, one of the spaces that we manage where we were afforded a full liquor license for dinner service. What we're finding is a lot of the clientele like to come a little earlier, but then their reservation time, they're having to wait outside in the hallway, or they perhaps would go to our other business that does have a smaller bar, but then that just gets oversubscribed, and you know, not the intended vibe that we're after, because then you know, it's just too many people trying to come into the bar, which we have to turn away. So this is really kind of filling that void as well.
Okay, thank you for that description. Is there anyone from the public here that would like to speak to this item? Please raise your Zoom hand. Seeing none, is there anyone else from the committee that has any questions or would like to speak to this item? Okay. Would anyone like to make a motion for this item? Well, someone has to make a motion to vote on the resolution. Someone has to second it, and then we would read the resolution stipulations. Okay.
no, I'll make the motion, that's not appropriate. The motion is I move to approve with
Yes.
skips. We have a-
Yes. Yes.
It's not a motion to vote.
No, it's not a motion to vote, it's a motion to approve with deny unless the stipulations are agreed to. I'll second it. Okay. I'm gonna read through the stipulations so just so we know, has Michael been added?
I'm in the
Okay.
meeting.
Promote Michael. Michael is going to go through and actually do the stipulation form, so he's gonna bring the stipulation form up as we read through it. Cool. All right.
Are we gonna read the resolution too? We really need to.
Okay,
I think even though I'm late, we have at least read the resolution.
Because that is the stuff that we might omit, so we really do need to read it now and possibly amend it.
so whereas Selwyn Chan is seeking a full on-premises liquor license in the premise located 48C Bowery between Canal and Bayard Street, New York, within the Canal Arcade. Whereas this is an application for,
Can it be shared on the screen?
so do we need to share the resolutions and stipulations?
Yes, we need to see both. We really should. We should see both so that we kind of know what we're voting on. Some people will.
When we had them in meetings, we haven't.
I know, because we have been very light on process. It won't take
But-
much longer. It'll speed things up if there's anything to be amended.
Just prior to Zoom, we would read things. We never had things to share. So I'm trying to streamline the meetings a little bit so we're not here till 11 o'clock.
Okay, well, I can read faster than you can. speed things up a little bit. I mean, it's a tool, would be useful for
understand.
people to be able to see it. And we can see
I'm gonna
things
join
like,
this
that's
in.
awkward,
So-
sentence perhaps.
Connected, but apparently not, so I will connect now and share this.
Or maybe, does anyone else have it? I mean, can you email it? to me?
I can email them to,
Whatever's easier.
I can email them to,
Or-
yes.
No, I mean, we don't need to do this.
Michael has-
It's not possible right now.
No, it's possible, it's fine, we just have to reconfigure. Michael has the stipulations,
Yeah, if you
so,
don't mind sending it to me.
so Michael, I'm just gonna email these to you.
Okay,
So we're gonna read through the whereas clauses, and then we're gonna read through the resolution at the bottom, and then we're gonna read through the stipulations which mirror the resolution at the bottom.
do you want me to pull up the stip, the reso and the steps on the same?
They don't need to be side by side because they're separate, so it'll be the resolution first, and then we're gonna read through the stipulations.
Okay.
Give me just 10 seconds to sign in here and email these to you.
Oh,
Sorry about the technical glitch here, everyone. We will be back up and running in 1 minute. So just for your reference, Michael, all the PDFs are going to be the stipulation forms and the Word documents are the resolutions.
Okay.
So
you got what I said.
I got what you get. Yep. Everyone sent me everything, so they're good. Okay, they're just unloading and I just click send. Oh. Oh, I just got an email from that she is not doing well, so she would not come tonight. There we go. Okay, so as soon as you get that, Michael, if you want to share that, and we'll read through that resolution. And I realized I just sent you, I deleted the hours because it was been modified on here, so if you can add the hours back in, sorry.
Okay.
And the resolution too. One other question I had on this too, now that I realized what I had highlighted, is the 1 hour of closing. If it's not a full kitchen and you're just serving snack stuff, can't you serve that until closing?
I think I'm probably not the entire menu because I'm sure, you know, even though it's not full kitchen in terms of full firepower, there are items that obviously require some prep and breakdown. So I would say, you know, maybe half an hour up to closing.
I mean, our standard is 1 hour our standard is all hours, just so that we're not saying if someone walks in at 2 a.m. or 4 a.m., whichever night it is, you have to serve them. It's just people are eating up until closing.
Right. Yeah, no, that's fine.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so we're starting with the reso
This
first.
is number 9, 48 hour.
Here. Can you enable host participant screen share?
Oh, yeah, let me.
If this
Make it
actually is not gonna be easy, let's just try to do it next month. I didn't really mean to
No,
insist you have to do it. I just thought
What
it
are you
was
trying
useful.
to do? Just get rid of the purchase?
He wants to screen.
No, he's just gonna he needs to screen share.
I agree. Let's just make this a goal for next month so we can keep moving. Because it's been about 30 minutes and this is the easy one.
Well, we can start at 22.
Still,
Okay, but we'll still read through it.
yes, of course.
So he needs to be able to screen share for the stipulation because we do have to share the stipulations.
I should have made, but that just gives some time for Amanda to.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Selwyn Chan is seeking a full on-premises liquor license for the premises located 48C Bowery between Canal and Bayer Street, New York, New York, within the Canal Arcade. Whereas this is an application for a cocktail bar with an occupancy of 74 people, 6 tables, and 20 seats, with a 20-foot bar with 10 seats, with less than a full-service kitchen serving food all hours, with recorded background music. The hours will be Sunday through Thursday, 5 p.m. to 2 a.m., and Thursday through Saturday, 5 p.m. to 4 a.m. There are 5 full on-premise liquor licenses within 500 feet. This location was previously unlicensed. It is in the Canal Arcade. The applicant has 2 other liquor licenses at 46 Bowery and 38 Rector Street. We have received no letters of support or opposition for this application. There's been no one here in the public to speak. There were 11 residents who live within 2 blocks.
Can we stop as we're going? Because I wouldn't say, we never asked for letters of support. So
No, I'm just saying there was no one here for anything support or against.
but
Just
that's the resolution,
this is the resolution.
or that there's nobody here.
Or just that there was nothing for. I just said there was no one for
I'm
and against.
sorry, like I said, there's no letters.
Yeah. And then 11 residents who live within 2 blocks of the location signed a petition in favor of the application. Therefore, it be resolved, the Community Board 3 recommends the denial of the application for full on-premise liquor licenses for Selwyn Chan, pending trade name, for the premises located at 48C Bowery, unless the applicant agrees to the following signed and endorsed stipulations that it will operate a cocktail bar with less than a full-service kitchen serving food all hours. Its hours of operation will be opening no later than. Now, was it 4:30 or was it 5 p.m.? Which. You're on mute, Selwyn. Because I think it was twice.
I'm sorry, 5 p.m. is sufficient.
It is 5. Okay, that's what I thought. So from 5 p.m. and closing by 2 a.m. Sunday through Thursday, 4 a.m. Friday and Saturday. It will not have outdoor space for commercial use. It will have a closed fixed facade with no open doors or windows, except the entrance doors will close by 10 p.m. or when amplified sound is playing, including but not limited to DJs, live music performances, or during unamplified live performances or televised sports. It will play on background music only, consisting of recorded music at background level. It will not apply for any alterations to its method of operation or for any physical alterations without first appearing before Community Board 3. It will not host pub crawls or party buses. It will not have unlimited drink specials, including boozy brunches with food. It will not have happy hours. It will ensure there are no wait lines outside of a designated employee for ensuring no loitering, noise, or crowds outside. It will conspicuously post the stipulation form beside its liquor license inside its business, and it will provide a telephone number for residents to call with complaints and immediately address any resident complaints. David?
First of all, then, it is never appropriate to interrupt the reading of the motion, which Susan just did. And the secondly, no, it's true. You
Well, this
listen
isn't
to
the
the
motion,
end.
this is the resolution.
And what she said is in there. It does say there are no letters of support. And the next whereas is there are no people present. And that was your question. And so I'm just clarifying that the answer is they are both in the red motion, which if it was on the screen, you can see.
So if I could speak, the reason, I understand if I'm interrupting, but if you're reading a whole thing and you can't see it, there's no way to remember it.
I
So
get that.
the problem will go away next time. I wouldn't put in there no letters of support because we never generally
Yes,
put
we just
that in
said-
and we don't ask for them.
Is there any other changes? And again, if we saw this on the screen, that whereas clause with letter of support wasn't in there. I was just mentioning because we say normally residents who live in the blocks sign the petition, and we also have the other letters of support, so. Gone, not in there. Okay, so we'll move to a vote on this motion. Sarah Batchu,
Yes.
Jamie Felber,
Yes.
Michael Lavario,
Yes.
David Crane,
Yes.
Amanda Lou,
Yes.
Clint Smeltzer. Yes, sorry. Okay. Okay. That being said, the motion passes.
Okay, for the other ones now, what I've always asked if we could put the stipulations on the screen, because as you know, so many applicants get them and look at them and say, oh.
So that was gonna be the intent, was to put the stipulations on the screen instead of reading resolutions and because the stipulations is a different format. If I read the whereas clauses, it's not on there. So those are two different things.
So can I suggest don't read the stipulations on the resolution, just read them on the screen, and the stipulations since they're the same thing?
And then someday it'll be the same thing.
Just reading how people are gonna all say, I think you guys have to sign this.
We've always done what Susan just
No,
suggested.
we've only done that since Zoom. Prior to Zoom, we read it to them and then they got it and they signed it.
But she learned from experience that was not.
We didn't have problems with it back then.
That's where Zoom is actually.
Yes, we did, you guys didn't know that.
Enough, sorry. We're gonna stop. We So this motion carries. Do we want to put the stipulations back up? Because when I started, we were doing both the resolution and we put the resolution up and then we put the stipulation. I was trying to eliminate that so that we would do just one. I'm hearing that we want to do both. Is that correct?
Yeah, but you do not need to read the SIPs version from the motion. You really should be putting the official one up where you can make changes, et cetera, on the screen. People can't necessarily hear us, clearly at home. They'll be able to read it most likely. So if we're at the point where we're negotiating, if it's not on the screen, it's very hard.
I understand.
Okay.
Okay. Joseph, are you okay with everything I read or do you want to see it on the screen?
Sorry, I didn't know that. Yeah, hopefully. Sorry, my fault. No. 1 second.
Hi, yeah, I'm okay with everything you read. I don't need to see it on the screen.
We'll send it to you then. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. So we are going to move on to item number 2, which is tenement 161 Ludlow Street. This is also, I think, Joseph, this is yours too, correct? Or is it you just
That's okay, yeah.
I think.
If it's, I think they're raising their hand, so.
Yeah.
Seems right.
It's a roller coaster over here.
Sorry about that, everyone. It's a little bumpy tonight.
All good. Yes, this is us also.
The applicant can raise their hand. Susan Cox is not the applicant, so don't worry. Or she's not even, oh, she is for this item, I think. John, not to this. Okay, I'm gonna give a quick summary of this item and then we'll move to the applicants for any clarifications. We'll move to members of the public and then the committee will get a chance for questions. The Tenement Partners LLC, doing business as a tenement, is seeking a changing method of operation to amend their closing hours to 2 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday and 3 a.m. Thursday through Saturday for the premises located at 161 Ludlow Street. This establishment has a capacity of 150 people, 9 tables, 36 seats, with a 24-foot L-shaped bar with 11 seats. They serve American food with a full kitchen, serving food during all hours of operation, recorded music at background level. There are 36 full on-premises liquor licenses within 500 feet. This location has been licensed to the applicant since 2022 for on-premises liquor, with closing by 12 a.m. Monday to Wednesday and 2 a.m. Thursday to Sunday. The location was previously licensed for on-premises liquor, doing business as No Fun from 2011 to 2019. There were a lot of problems with No Fun. It subsequently closed due to various reasons. It wasn't closed down by the state, was it, Susan? No, I think they just closed on their own.
I think it was a COVID closure.
What?
I think it was a COVID closure.
COVID closure. No, it was before COVID. It definitely was, it closed before
It
COVID.
was when it was a problem.
Yeah,
Okay.
I do remember that. This applicant is licensed at another location at 191 Christie Street since 2011 with no SLA reports or actions within the last 5 years. At the location currently, there were 9 311 complaints at this location with police action since 2021. 3 residents submitted letters in support of this application, and 30 residents who live within 2 blocks of the location, including 9 in the same building, signed a petition in favor of this application. We did receive 2 emails from local residents in opposition. One was from a community group of Lower Side Dwellers. I think that is the general summary. Do you have anything to add, John or Joseph?
Yeah, I can jump in quickly, Clint, and just add a little bit more color to this. John McNulty, my client who's on the call here, he was not involved with this company from the very beginning. He was not one of the individuals who appeared before this board when they got their original liquor license. He was sort of brought in after the fact to help get things together and hopefully turn operations around. He appeared with Alexa from my office back in June before this board, seeking a change to the method of operation to do a number of things. What we learned through that process was that our understanding of what the original steps were not actually what our original steps were. So we wound up withdrawing the application with you guys and with the Liquor Authority because of the opposition we received. And we undertook to make sure the space got into compliance immediately. And we also reached out through the board office to a number of, if not every single person who showed up at the board to oppose at that June meeting. John has had some conversations since then, has welcomed people to his place to have conversations, to understand what the nature of the issues were and to do his best to try to remedy the situations. John's an operator, not just in this space. He has another space in Williamsburg that goes late, has people who live upstairs and around the bar, and there's never been any issues. He's a great operator for a long time. So why are we back here today? We're bringing another change to method of operation application before you guys, having done some homework and gotten our house in order. And in the interest and respect of all your guys' time and how long these meetings typically take, I can kind of cut right to it if that's okay with you guys. With respect to what the actual ask is here, what we really need for this business to be successful. We asked for 2 during the week and 3 on the weekends. We heard pushback from the community on that. We're happy to go 2 a.m. across the board here. I'm sorry to amend hours at the meeting again, but I think this is in the right direction. So hopefully that's okay with you guys. Additionally, we were under the impression that we were allowed to do happy hours. We since learned that we weren't. We would like those happy hours back, as they actually were a critical part of our business. So we would like to request happy hours. We'd like to request that hours extension till 2 a.m. across the board. We'd like to do live music here as a complement to daytime activation. Think about brunch. It's acoustic, nothing amplified, and actually, well, I don't want to say nothing amplified, but piped through the house system, which is kept at a background level. So we're not talking about, big drum kits and things like that that are going to make a lot of noise. So we would like the ability to do that daytime. We're happy to put a cap on it so it doesn't go into the nighttime. And we'd like the ability to keep our facade open until 10 p.m. if that's okay. That's what we think we need to make this business successful. It's modified down from what we requested originally, because we understand that people have issues with this. There were bad actors here previously, and we're not them, but we also have to show you that.
Okay, so your main asks, just to summarize, were you would like to extend the hours till 2 a.m. I know you were asking for during the weekends. You said you compromised for 2 all nights.
Correct. We currently have 12 Monday through Wednesday, 2 Thursday, Friday, Saturday. We'd like to do 2 a.m. across the board.
You want to be able to have your windows open until 10. I think the stipulation before was that they were to be closed at all times.
Yeah.
That was part of the originals. And you want to have you want to add happy hours, and you want to have live music.
Correct. And you can put a stipulation on the live music that it only happens during the day, or you can cut it off at a certain point. That is the idea, is to have it as a complement for brunch service, not that it goes late and creates a problem late.
Okay.
And it's worth noting, for whatever it's worth, that I believe we have every resident in the building's signature on a letter or on a petition. We may have missed one, but I think we've got all of them. And that's just another thing I'd say, is that there's additional outreach in the form of letters, not only from people that are neighbors to this premise, but also some letters from neighbors who live above and around John's other bar in Brooklyn, indicating that he is an outstanding operator and neighbor.
Okay. Are there any residents, please raise your hand if you would, or residents or members of the public that would like to speak? Yeah, so just, yeah. So David Troutman, we're going to promote you now. There's going to be a small lag time from promotion until the time you can speak. Just go ahead and unmute yourself. Everyone will have 2 minutes to speak. Your timer is above Sarah. Above Amanda. So watch the timer. We are going to start cutting people off if they go over 2 minutes.
Hey, thank you very much. I'm David Troutman. I live over on Orchard Street, just 1 block away from this location. You probably all know that our neighborhood is just getting more and more violent. We had 3 shootings in July. One was a homicide. One was an individual who was shot in the head, and another, and those 2 of those incidents happened like within a block of this location. One of those incidents I was like 10 yards away from when it happened. The one individual who was shot in the head, the captain of the precinct told me, and I can send you a copy of his email, that the reason for that shooting was there was an argument that had started in a bar. So things are getting really, really bad in this neighborhood. So I really would love to ask you to not extend any hours. Anything that happens after midnight is big, big trouble in this area. Just on this neighboring corner, I think some other residents are going to tell you there's big problems with the weed shops who think it's okay to be smoking pot right there in their facilities. And we have police stationed right there on the corner to try to control some of that. So it's an extra burden, not just on the residents, but on the police also. We also have very serious problems with people who tell us they're going to do one thing, they do something different. One location was granted a temporary license for an OP, even though the community board opposed to it. And we've already got noise issues with them, with doors and windows wide open and very serious noise problems. So we thank you for no more bait and switch operations. Our neighborhood is really seriously in trouble. One of my colleagues says he's lived here since 1994. And he says this is absolutely the worst that things have ever been. And we've lived through some really bad times in this neighborhood. So please don't add that extra burden to us. Please deny. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Looks like Katie Hutchinson is next.
There we go. Hi, everyone. I'm a local. I live on the same street as the bar. I'm there. I'm a regular there as well. It's a really, really lovely group of people. They have great food, great drinks, and they've been a value add to the community, in my opinion. My partner, who also lives on the block, was unable to stay on the line and wanted me to also say that he loves having a place where professionals who work long hours can go when they finally get off work, which I, as someone who also works long hours, completely agree with. Never had an issue there, but they are absolutely lovely. So I'm here in support. This is the first time I've ever done this for any kind of business here, but definitely in support. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Katie. Next, we have Patrick Walsh.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Patrick.
I know many of you have seen me here before telling you how horrible and unsafe that our living conditions have become. Nothing has changed for my family or myself since I appeared before you last month, excepting things have gotten even worse. Last Saturday night on Ludlow Street between Stanton and Houston, chaos reigned as nearly 1,000 people took over the street for an unruly illegal party. The police couldn't handle it, so we called CB3 for help, and we are grateful for District Manager Susan Stetz's support in addressing this ongoing problem. I wanted to show you a photograph from that, but I am a Luddite, so I didn't know how to do it. But to give you some context, 161 Ludlow Street, just 100 feet from my home, is trying to extend its hours to 3 a.m., add happy hours, and host 20 private parties a year. This is a cause for concern. We don't need more late night spots serving alcohol past 2 a.m. on the street, already dealing with robberies, stabbings, and even a couple of shootings, not to mention the 35 illegal weed shops openly functioning very nearby. I'm reading now a statement from the Les Dwellers. We were promised a restaurant and kindly ask that you help make sure it stays that way. Last month, the operator of 161 Ludlow Street requested extending closing hours until 2 and 3 a.m., hosting 20 private parties a year, offering drink specials and happy hours, wait lines, and securities. This request came after the establishment had already broken its stipulations. We shared this information with CB3 and the SLA, including social media proof that has since been taken down, but we have preserved it. We urge you to remember your decision from last month when you voted against these changes.
Just if you could wrap it up within the next 2 or 3 seconds, your 2 minutes are up. I'm sorry about that.
Because they could have easily turned this restaurant into a late night bar. Please consider the intent behind these requests and the possible attempt to circumvent our community's wishes tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Looks like next we have Daniel Tanow.
Hi, everybody. First thing I'd like to say is this is in support of my fellow community board members, but I don't know why you're doing this hybrid situation and the applicants don't have to also go and sit with you in person at the community board meeting, but that's something we can talk about at a different time. For this application, my challenge to the committee is if you think that this will actually, if they'll actually stick to the parameters that you put in the stipulations, because this entity has shown that they haven't stuck to their previous stipulations. I would be okay with the 2 a.m. across the board. I don't like the change to adding live music because that was not in the questionnaire, or the happy hours. I'd be okay with the happy hours, but the stipulation change for live music, I would not be okay with, and the open facades or windows change would not be okay. So that's all I have to say.
Okay. Thank you, Daniel. Next, it looks like we have Bridget Gannon.
Hi, sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Fantastic. So Thank you for your time. I am a lifelong resident of 191 Orchard Street. I'm a registered nurse who works in the community, and I'm strongly opposed to this request. Our neighborhood is already saturated with liquor licenses, as you know. This has led to increased noise, public disturbances, and an erosion of our community. I have been sexually harassed on the street by drunk men, and it is not uncommon to see people publicly urinating on my block. The neighborhood has also become increasingly violent, as multiple people have mentioned. There have been at least 3 shootings in the neighborhood within the last 6 months. I was born and raised on Orchard Street. I'm 37 years old, and I never remembered this level of violence. Our neighborhood is becoming destroyed. It is the worst that I've ever seen, and I have, like I said, lived here my whole life. I ask that you please pose this request.
Thank you, Bridget, and thank you for being succinct. Pat Ivers. Okay, Pat, you've been promoted. You just need to unmute yourself and you could then go ahead and speak. Pat, are you having issues? Okay, looks like you
Hi, do you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead now.
Okay, I have been living on Orchard Street since 1975, and I agree with the last person. I've never seen it this bad. And adding any alcohol-driven place later is a disaster waiting to happen. You know, there was a shooting directly across the street from me not a month ago. So I just hope that you'll keep this in mind and remember that our neighborhood isn't a Disneyland for drunk people. It's a place where people live. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. We're going to go to Susan Cox next.
Sorry about that.
Go ahead.
Hi. Sorry, yeah, I apologize. I'm opposed to any more late night hours. I live across, and I also am not so crazy about the idea of live music. We have enough noise around here, so if we could just, you know, keep it the way it is, that's fine. But yeah, we don't need any more late nights. We don't need. We have enough around here with all the weed shops and the bars and everything else. We're just oversaturated. And that's it. That's all I wanted to say.
Great, thank you. Looks like we have Nancy. Will be next.
Hello.
Yep, go ahead, Nancy.
Hi, my name is Nancy. I live at 163 Ludlow. I am a business professional. I am in support of this business. It sounds like some of the previous people that spoke, their issues are with weed shops and places like pianos and hair of the dog, which are the ones that bring in the seedy underbelly. It's not a place that actually wants to elevate the clientele and bring in business professionals like myself. And I think this is the kind of atmosphere that this neighborhood could use. Live music doesn't perpetuate gun violence. It doesn't perpetuate robberies. Cocktail bars in general aren't there to get people wasted. It's a date spot. It is bringing in people that are a value add to the community. So instead of punishing a place that wants to be a value add because of the other seedy businesses that have been approved in the past, I think we should encourage these businesses. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Nancy. Okay. Okay, Patrick, I see your hand is up. We're going to unmute you and you're going to get about 10 seconds and you better have something very unique and new to say. Otherwise, we're just going to cut you off, okay?
His hand
is up.
Is he still up or new?
So Patrick, do you have something new and very succinct to add? You can unmute yourself, Patrick, if you do, and if not, we're going to move on.
Okay, hi. Okay, so I'm not Patrick. My name is Jean Mullen. I live on the corner of Ludlow and Stanton for many, many years. I would like to request that you deny, regardless of who the business is trying to bring in. It's just we already have too much. It's just too much. So it'd be much better to keep the stipulations as they were originally asked for. That's all I have to say. Please, we're oversaturated. We don't need more stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. Okay. So I see no other hands raised, so we are going to move on to committee discussion and questions. Does anyone from the committee have something they would like to say or ask of the applicants?
And when did it switch from tenement to thief?
It was, I think, if I remember correctly, and maybe the applicant can correct this, was it in February or March of this year? Was that what?
We opened in April.
What was that, John?
We opened in April of this year. We did a little bit of renovation. It closed. Tenement closed in January.
Yes, I remembered that. So you didn't open until April then?
Correct.
So it was a purchase of assets? Is that how it works?
No, he bought into the existing entity. So that's why you guys didn't see a transfer application here. It was a corporate change, so it didn't have to come before you guys.
And then you did a corporate change to move out the other partners, is that correct?
Corporate change to move John in and some of the other folks decreased in interest.
Yes, okay.
But it was it wasn't a significant amount, or else it would have come before you guys before we were able to move forward.
Yes.
It's been so long, I remember there were a lot of challenges with this application, but I don't remember kind of what that discussion included.
You mean the one in June?
Yes, the last one we had with them.
The one in June, they essentially withdrew because they realized they weren't adhering to the stipulations that they were given, that when they did the corporate change, they took on those stipulations from the original owner application. They didn't realize some of those stipulations that they weren't following. So they withdrew, I guess, to then show that they could operate for a while within the stipulations. Then a month later, they did come back and now they're asking for the hour of live music and the other.
A month later?
Well, they were here in June and they reapplied in basically in July, August. So they operated for about another month and then they came back with these requests.
What did we say at the meeting? At which time did we say?
We didn't say anything specifically. We just they realized they weren't operating and they said they would take some time. They didn't really give a whole lot of time, in my opinion.
Amanda's trying to add.
I'm just trying to add on that I think at that meeting, a lot of the community response was about the term that was used on was bait and switch. And I think that was what was the focus. So I think that's what, the lawyers were saying earlier was to add clarity to what happened, clarity and context.
And David, I think, had his hand first.
Yeah, I also agree that long, but it has become very dangerous. It's a public safety problem, and I'm against any extension of hours. The proper way to frame any application within these few blocks is what can we do to reduce the impact and never give extended hours if we can stop it. We certainly can on this one. It is out of control.
What were the hours on the previous license?
12 and 2.
And it's not this business. If this business was not on these blocks, I would not have a problem with extending the hours. The other changes, I don't think I have a problem with it. We should more closely if we get to that point. It's extending hours. I don't think we should do it.
Okay, Susan?
First, I just want to clarify for people who are newer, when there's a corporate change, you're buying the business. It's not a sale of assets. So if you're buying a business, you're buying it as it is with the existing stipulations. And it sounds kind of like they didn't do their due diligence, didn't carefully look at the existing stipulations. I want to say some of the things, I'm looking at the stipulations they checked off at the end of the questionnaire. And some of these are stipulations that we put on to directly address the worst problems in the community. And one of them is closing facade at 10 o'clock. That's an industry standard. Even the hospitality industry knows that. So, and everybody signs that. Another one is.
Can I ask if people can hear you? Because I've never been able to
I'm
hear
sorry,
you
I had to.
at the table. Thank you.
We can hear you fine, Susan.
Okay, good.
So, closing the facade at 10. I will not have unlimited drink specials. That is the worst problem in this community. We have, I think, for every business in the last several years has signed a stipulation to not have unlimited drink specials, including boozy brunches with food.
They're not asking for that.
Asking for that. We said we'd like to close the facade.
I'm looking at your questionnaire. I'm looking at your questionnaire. You
I
did
never
not
put that on the questionnaire.
that. Same thing with weight lines. You did not check off that you will not have weight lines outside. Weight lines outside is noise outside. And maybe you were just not being careful in the questionnaire. If that's the case, we could maybe clarify that now. And then the other one that says you will not have live music. Do you know what I'm looking at? I'm looking at page 5 of the questionnaire.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I don't know why some of those X's didn't populate, but we're asking to close our facade at 10 p.m. We absolutely do not want unlimited drink specials. We're not doing wait lines. Like, that's not what we're interested in doing at all.
Okay, I'm just looking, like I said, I'm just looking at what you filled out. So that's good news.
Anyone else?
I'm sorry if this has been went over earlier, but what type of live music are you intending? And yeah, I do say that you say you won't have live music. So again, I apologize if you went over this before, but can you explain the discrepancy in the type of live music, please?
John, do you want to talk about what you're planning to do or what you'd like to do?
Yeah, I mean, so at my place in Williamsburg, we do 3 to 6 Saturday and Sundays. It's usually, anything from like just a singer-songwriter with an acoustic guitar, or like a small trio with keyboards, everything run through the house system. So it can never be more amplified than our background recorded music is. It's really just like kind of contemporary. I mean, it's some modern stuff, but really just like to enjoy with brunch. I mean, we've had huge success with it in Williamsburg, and the neighborhood has really loved it. We're not looking to do night or like full bands or anything like that for the live music component. I'm sorry that it wasn't checked off on the questionnaire, And I don't know where the unlimited drink specials came from there. I mean, I don't, you know, if you look up what
It actually was checked off on the questionnaire that you would not have live music. So that, when you said this tonight, that is the first time I'm hearing anything about live music. That is brand new to me.
Okay.
And that was never mentioned, even when you were here in June. I don't recall live music ever being part of this. So that's something that's brand new, I think, to most of us.
Like I said, page 5 of your questionnaire.
Yeah, you had checked off you would not. The other things were unchecked, but live music, you actually acknowledged that you were not going to have it, so.
Okay, there was an error, and I mean, that is a part of what thief is. I don't know if we even got that far in June because, you know, there was a lot of people that opposed, and, you know, I didn't really speak that much. We withdrew the application fairly quickly.
You did, so that, you're right, we just may not have got there, but either way, this is the first I think most of us are hearing about live music.
It's something, I mean, listen, we're having a lot of trouble, you know, building what we've built here in Williamsburg down there because of some of the steps that are on us. We are not in any way trying to be, we would never have a wait line in front. Once we're at capacity, we would not let more people in. You know, that's just not the type of place we are. If you look at, you know, the people that live above me, who have lived above me for 2.5 years here, that no one has ever had an issue with anything we've done here. We've always been great neighbors. It's just not the type of places I've operated. I mean, even before, you know, Thief as my brand, I worked with Cocktail Kingdom at a bunch of bars and, you know, CB3 that never had issues as well.
So here's my comments on this. When this was originally approved a couple years ago as tenement, before you joined in and took over, it was to be a restaurant.
Right.
This is now, so this is what I'm concerned about is when residents are using the term bait and switch, in some ways, this is what it's starting to look like. It was approved reluctantly as a restaurant with stipulations to ensure it would be a restaurant and not add to whether it's people coming for a high-end cocktail bar, which is what it seems to be being referred to as, is a cocktail bar, whether it's people coming for a cocktail bar, whether they're coming for a dive bar, it's a different crowd and it has a different effect on the neighborhood in some ways than it does if they're coming for a restaurant. That is why they gave the earlier hours, because, you know, a lot of legit restaurants, especially in that neighborhood, are not anything after 2 or 3 o'clock ends up being a problem. So then you know, it was a corporate change, you joined in, and now everything is changing from what was originally presented to the community and was not open all that long.
I wasn't involved in that first meeting, so I can't really speak to that. They weren't able to sustain that business, so they closed within 3 months. What I'm going to say, we are a restaurant. We have tables throughout the entire thing. We do not do standing room. We are in no way a dive bar. We have a full menu for brunch and dinner.
I mean, it's the people that have been here tonight in support of you, nothing against them. They both refer to you as a cocktail bar and the kind of bar they would like in their neighborhood.
There is an aspect of cocktail bar to me. I came from a company called Cocktail Kingdom, you know, like, so they, you know, I always, everything I've always opened, the press always kind of refers us to, but like, we're not just a cocktail bar. It is an aspect of the business.
Okay.
I mean, I sent the menus, no? Don't you have our menus?
I understand that. I'm not arguing that you don't have food, but
our chef worked at Michelin starred restaurants. Like it's not, you know, just a bar.
So, but my understanding, and this is coming from what you said earlier tonight, is that you can't make it work, or your attorney said you're having problems making it work with the stipulations that are put upon you. So you're not making it work as a restaurant or bar, so you need to expand this business, is what I'm hearing.
No, the point is he can make it work if he had more room to work, right? So he can make it work conceptually as it is. He's asking, and this application is to either relax or modify some of the stipulations to allow him to execute the business model, but also to keep those safeguards in place. Because like I said, we understand that we came into this business with stipulations, and we're not just gonna throw them all away. Like, we have to show people that under John's management and leadership, it can operate as a responsible place. We understand that. But we're just hoping to get a little bit of breathing room here in some of these aspects that are not quite as impactful, that people generally seem to be on board with, so that we can kind of get our feet under us here.
Okay, David?
I would never buy a business with restrictions that I couldn't live with. I would know about them before I did that. I don't think we should be granting any change to the original business, which was to be a restaurant. Definitely, I do not think that we should expand the hours. We definitely should not allow live music, although I am generally in favor of that if there are hours restrictions on it, but it was not in the application. You can't say we bought it, we understood the stipulations, and also another time saying that you didn't know about them, and we need to try to keep this a restaurant. Otherwise, it is a bait and switch, and we shouldn't go along with it.
And John, as someone you said you had, and which I'm not sure necessarily what they were, you mentioned that you've worked for multiple different establishments in Community Board 3. You should have an idea of what this neighborhood is like and what specifically the area, Rivington and Orchard and Stanton and Rivington, what that area is like and what you need to make it work. So, you know, I'm just not sure what you're
at all those other places. We had 3 and 4 a.m. licenses. So, I mean,
which place? Could you tell me what places those were in East Village?
Mace. I was a part of Mace. And I was a part of the cabinet as well.
Yeah, and that is in a very, very different neighborhood and location than where you are now. The situation is entirely different.
I'm just trying to make a business work. I understand what you're saying. You know, I'm a solid operator. I mean, we got everyone in the building in support of us. Everyone that's actually come and seen what we're doing is excited about it.
Okay.
So what about the doing the midnight during the week and the 2 a.m. closures on the weekend in line with the previous license, and these other items to me seem fine within those hours, live music, closing the facade. Is that doable for you?
I'm sorry, what did you say you were giving us?
I'm saying every setting the hours aside, I think the other items to me don't seem that controversial. If you're willing to do a midnight closure during the week and 2 a.m. on weekends, which is what the previous license was, that is reasonable. I mean, like, you're not, I don't know, maybe you're getting these business professionals from 12 to 2 on a weekday, but I don't.
I mean, it's not so much like 12 to 2 where it is that they cut like 10:30, like some of the people that, you know, work later. We find that we start finding some traction, and then, you know, we have to kick everybody out an hour later.
Yeah, I'm just asking because I think some of my colleagues would be supportive of the other changes if you're saying, if you would consider the 12 a.m. during the week and 2 a.m. on the weekends.
Is there a scenario where we could do 1 a.m. during the week? I think that would probably make a big difference.
My other colleagues, because I think folks are looking not to add hours that didn't previously exist in the area. They want to reduce when possible. So if you're getting the same, that is a compromise from someone, you know, that doesn't really think we should be giving additional hours.
Susan?
I don't think there's any business I've ever heard of that did well or not well because their facade was open between 10 and 11. They're not
asking for 11, they're asking for 10.
Yeah.
But they're, so right now they're supposed to be all the time. They're asking to be able to open it until 10. It's their stipulation.
So the other thing I just want to say, as far as the music during the day, you know, I absolutely understand what Sarah's saying. The only objection is the integrity of the questionnaire. You said you didn't want live music. That's the only issue. that, I don't see music in the morning, being a problem, creating a problem. It's just integrity of the questionnaire.
Jamie?
John, can you explain your business again real quick, just like how you described it as you did before?
So we are a cocktail bar for sure that has I come from a restaurant background. So before I was at Cocktail Kingdom, I worked for Keith McNally and big restaurateurs in the city. So food is always a huge aspect of any place I do. I had a restaurant in the West Village called Swine back in the day on Hudson Street. So I mean, in Williamsburg, our current, model is, I mean, people come in definitely, the weekend afternoons are huge for us with the music and like the brunch situation. And then we really are a date spot. I mean, I think that people come in because we have good food, we have good cocktails, and we have a really nice atmosphere. Like we put some money into there. We're based on 1980s New York City, so like the culture, the art, and the music from that era. We used all local, like Maripol and Lynn Goldsmith, New York-based artists with beautiful photography on our walls. So I mean, we consider ourselves, a restaurant bar that was inspired by old New York.
First of all, I knew Swine. I really like Swine. I'm also really generally very pro-business. But the issue that I have is that we are also supposed to do, our due diligence here. We approve a restaurant. Now you described yourself as a restaurant 10 minutes ago. You now describe yourself as a cocktail bar. Your website in Williamsburg describes you as a cocktail bar, as a bar. Do you have your facade open or closed at the moment? Do you know? Like operating within stipulations currently?
It's been closed. It's been fully closed. Besides the door, we're allowed to keep the door open until 10.
Okay.
I have a fully open facade in Williamsburg, by the way.
I'm against changing hours. I'm pro live music.
I was actually going the other way. I was going to give them I was considering giving them till 1 during the week, keeping 2 on the weekend. But I think live music is definitely changing the vibe, and the afternoons at brunch down there are awful.
That's not really true. There aren't that many, especially in that block. And I know this. There aren't that many places doing like daytime brunch business of any notoriety or problem that I'm aware of. It's not like Avenue B where there's a bunch of shit going on that we can't control, excuse my language. But I also am pro, like, I know Trey tried to do it. And Trey's a great operator. I'm pro the live music thing. I am. I'm also pro businesses trying to succeed. Like, you gotta show that you can.
Well, that's the thing. They haven't shown that he could operate with this really at all since, June to July. It was a month or so. I'll give him that, but it's still, I'm just a little concerned about what he's trying to do, or if he is clear on what he's trying to do. And it definitely, I don't necessarily always want to follow into when residents seem to think of bait and switch, but this really does seem like a pretty good example of what they were told they were getting. And then without hearing it, because of this corporate change, it pretty much changes a lot. So it's not what was originally approved. And, now we're still baby stepping into something different.
I do think it's telling, though, to get all of the residents in the same building to sign the petition. And I definitely see efforts to come in good faith from that, but it has been very confusing for us. I definitely remember being very lost the last time we discussed this. Sorry, David, I skipped over you.
So to be clear, what our position is, our fallback position is say no, and the SLA will follow through. So we, when you talk about compromise, it's not like we have to meet in the middle, but here's what I would like us to do. Give him some of what he's asking for because it will help him. Do not give him extended hours because we don't want to extend hours, and do not give him the live music, I would be in favor of it, but he needs to be not sloppy when he fills out the application, because the residents have to know what we're asking about. So just those two things. And if he says no to that, then I will make a motion that says, SLA, we do not want you to issue this. We had negotiated, we were gonna give him these things, and the two sticking points were the two things I just described. And that will win the SLA if we pass that.
So what are you pro, David?
I'm pro letting him open the facade, and I'm pro letting him have a happy hour.
Happy hour, I don't think anyone has an issue with happy hour.
Correct, those two things would be helpful to his business, but the other things, he needs to apply for them correctly for one, and the other one, I would never be for on this location, but.
What about the music, David?
Oh, the live music, I would say don't do it because he didn't put it on his application. His application was filled out very sloppy as his initial purchase of the business.
And live music, as nice as it can be a huge problem for neighbors. That sound can travel very strangely. I've experienced it before from a place that was a block and a half away from me. The places nearby I couldn't hear, but that live music, something about it travels differently. So.
And I also heard.
Can I just say something?
I heard, one second, I heard the word ambient, I heard the word.
Yes, and I was gonna.
The word acoustic, which it is not, if it's going through.
But it was gonna be
any
piped
speaker
through their system.
I know, so it's not acoustic, but
So-
people often make that mistake, but it is also, it needs to be presented clearly. It will be
If we were going in the
amplified
direction of
at-
live music, I was gonna
It
ask
will be
about that.
amplified at background levels, is the correct way to describe that, but in any case.
Yeah. So.
Can I say something about the live music? It goes through our house system, so there's no, even if someone is playing a keyboard, you wouldn't hear it except through the house system, which we cannot turn up any louder than we turn up our background music.
I'm saying if that's amplified appropriately, and I would be for it if you had filled it out on the
Yeah.
questionnaire.
Yeah.
Why did?
That is something, you just heard us discuss this on the first item. We were almost willing to have someone come back because they didn't fill out the hours correctly. We said because it was it did not affect anyone because it was inside, which was the only reason we heard it. The community knows nothing about live music. None of us knew anything about live music until we got here tonight. So that could have had an impact on some people that.
Yeah, if I could, I hear you guys and it's hard to argue with you. I understand what everyone's saying. We can get rid of the live music because I understand that's impactful. I understand the lack of notice to a lot of people about that aspect of it. That was something that actually came out of a conversation with neighborhood residents, but I appreciate that it wasn't broadly advertised here. So we can get rid of the live music, but if there's a way that we can do 1 a.m. during the week, and there's a way that we can keep the facade open until 10 p.m. and get happy hours, we can make this work. And we can come back and see you guys and see how we're doing and check in, but we can make it work with that. And, if it's working and we have no issues and we want to revisit live music in the future, we can cross that bridge when we get to it. But, that extra hour make a huge difference during the week for us.
What about, I know I heard from several residents issues with, you're changing it to 20 private parties, and I think it was 5 previously.
Where does it say that? 20.
Yeah,
right?
no, we're just to be clear.
It says more.
Just to be clear on what we're talking about, there's never a scenario where there's going to be a buyout of this place ever.
Well, then that's not a private. We only consider private parties as a full buyout of your restaurant.
Okay, we have a back room. That is where we do the
birthday party, and someone's using the back room, but it's not a full buyout of your restaurant or your entire space.
Correct. We're never going to do a full buyout of the restaurant.
Then that,
Zero.
we've discussed this before. Joseph, you should know that. You've heard us talk about before. It's our private parties only pertain to a full buyout. So if that's the case, then that should be 0.
Yeah, so it's 0 then. And
That's fine. That makes it easier.
Average. It's 0.
Great, that's fine. You can have a birthday party or baby shower, whatever you want, and you're fine. Okay, so I'm gonna do a quick summary here. What I heard you say is, if we could extend to 1, you would 1 during the week and 2 on the weekends. You would give up live music. We're still giving you're still going for happy hours, and you wanted to have the facade open till 10.
Yeah.
Correct.
I'm more pro. Go ahead.
I move to deny it because he wouldn't agree at committee to keep the same closing hours that we have always had on this license.
Is there a second?
What are the hours we've
You
always
have,
had?
you have to, you have to.
Midnight and 2 a.m.
Midnight and 2 a.m. was what David is saying, deny it because they're not agreeing to what was on it previously, which was midnight and 2 a.m.
Yeah, I'll second that. But just to be clear, make sure that I'm doing this correctly, I am pro the happy hours and pro the width of the facade.
So you're
I
saying
am too, and I offered him that option, and he declined it. I mean, he could still, I would follow my motion if he said he'd agree to closing at midnight as he currently does. Keeping the current hours, otherwise you have a motion.
So the motion has been seconded, which means we need to take a vote.
After we discuss
Work out the
it.
language.
We
Yeah, we
discuss
discuss
it.
it.
Language.
Work out the language, yeah. Okay, so let's discuss the language then. And we should, if we can get a draft up. This kind of motion we've done in the past. We basically tell them, we were discussing the following stipulations, and the sticking point was the applicant would not agree to keep the same closing hours on the license that he purchased, or that was on the license when he purchased the business in whatever date. That the community board is not willing to extend the license in this neighborhood because of safety issues. So that's what we need to explain.
So we're not gonna confirm that they were still in negotiation mode.
Oh, well, I'm done negotiating unless they say right now, okay, we agree to close at midnight. If not.
At
then I want
midnight
to-
during the week.
Yeah, well, their current hours. If they would agree to keep their current hours, otherwise we need to put in a resolution saying they won't agree to keep the current hours.
What exactly are you giving me for saying that I'll keep the same hours? You said I couldn't do live music. I couldn't do the live music.
Everything else you've asked for.
Except not the music.
not the music.
And we should have a thought about that. The music, he didn't have it in the application. He was sloppy when he filled out the questionnaire.
And they said they would give.
And so we shouldn't do that. So, yeah, but other things you asked about that were in the questionnaire. That you asked for, that were in the questionnaire, except for closing past
Which
midnight.
is live music and.
No,
Well, but it's open, but then it's really only open.
Is live music in?
Or happy hours, I'm sorry.
It is
Happy
happy
hours
hours and the
facade.
facade.
Happy hours and facade.
It's same hours, open facade till 10 p.m. Happy hours, we have to confirm what time you want to end them, but those things are on the table. Otherwise, David's motion is to just deny, which would give you no changes to your stipulations, current stipulations.
I mean, we can't get any additional time during the week.
But it is a compromise. I don't, that's what I was trying to kind of pose, because there are folks here who feel that we should actually be reducing the hours from where they are.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And the liquor authority is also, of the mind that something like regulating whether you can have happy hours or not isn't necessarily a stippable item. But we're abiding by it anyway, because it was brought to our attention that that's their stipulations and we're abiding by it. So it's not much of a compromise here. I understand your position that, the neighborhood wants to claw back hours and you're giving us something, but it's not much here, and it'd be any extra time.
We are in a very strong negotiating position. We can say no to everything and the SLA will follow us. So what are you giving us?
That's
Well,
not,
I mean,
Well, asking us.
no, that's not, that's not.
that's,
You know this just prolongs.
We've been on this how long?
So let's try not to prolong.
Okay, are you calling?
Susan, yes.
So I wasn't gonna want to say this in relation to a particular location, but years past, I always heard about safety issues that I did not believe were true issues. But I will say in the last year in this area, there have been stabbings, there have been murders. I'm talking in the last month, in the last 2 months, it really has gotten extremely bad. And sometimes they're not the business's fault, but they happen in businesses. Like a few weeks ago, there was someone that was angry. He went to get takeout food, he was angry, and came out and shot a woman. That didn't know. The area really, unfortunately, has changed, and so I'm just asking the committee, and it's not even in relation to this, I just want to verify that the neighborhood has changed drastically. The police do close down blocks for safety reasons only on Orchard and on Ludlow every weekend. They stop traffic, and it takes over an hour after closing time at 4 AM before they can even open the block. So, I mean, I think anyone that's down there probably is aware of it. And I'm just saying that as a situation, because it has changed in an amazing, unfortunate manner.
Do we wanna, before we continue on your motion, David, do we want a straw poll on the hours? Because I really only heard you and Jamie and Clint speak. I don't know about Michael and Amanda. I'm kind of, I can go on the one, and I can go on the one, or I can go on the midnight. To me, that's not a huge difference.
I think I'm pretty clear on where I stand, which is not moving on the hours, but yes on everything else.
I'm gonna agree with Amanda.
Same, okay with the hours, staying as they are. I'm okay with live music. I would have wanted the questionnaire to be better, but yeah, I'm the same with Amanda.
Then you're set at there. So just putting, making that clear to the applicant, either you keep your current stipulations, or we make a motion to include these 2 changes with the facade and happy hours, or we just.
I think
Yeah.
Jamie and Amanda and Michael are saying they're okay with live music too.
Correct.
Yes.
Which
You
is
know
different.
what, guys, if we would keep the same hours, if you gave us the ability to do live music during the day as we discussed, we'd make that deal just in the interest of trying to move this thing forward and coming to a compromise.
But I would also add that, live music has to be within the window of time.
Yeah,
Yeah, of
so,
course.
Yeah.
what also, the stipulation we always put on, and this kind of not contradicts, but this has to do with what you're asking for. Your windows and doors have to be closed anytime live music or any of that is played. So you're not gonna be able to have your windows and doors open and have live music, whether it's unamplified, whether it's acoustic or not. Our standard stipulation for everyone is always, if there's any kind of live music, your windows and doors have to be closed. That is standard, so that is not something that I don't think we should compromise on. You can have your windows and doors open till 10 PM other times, but if you have live music, your facade has to be closed.
Yeah, clearly we understand and we're okay with that. We understand.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that so that you knew.
So he will do then midnight closing, and what time would we stop if we do this? Would we stop the live music?
They asked for 3 to 6.
3 to 6. If that's the case, then I'll ask to withdraw my motion.
Okay, so David's withdrawing his motion.
No, we just have to agree as a committee that we do allow that to happen.
So let's do a straw poll. I'm gonna do a straw poll. They're gonna keep the hours 12 o'clock during the week and 2 AM on the weekends, which is what they have currently. They're going to add live music from, and you said 3 to 6?
Yes, 3 to 6.
That was all new, so we're just gonna clarify, 3 to 6 on Saturdays and Sundays?
Correct.
3 to 6 Saturdays and Sundays. We'll have happy hours until what time?
Oh, what, 7? Is that
Happy hours until 7, and then your doors and windows will be able to remain open until 10 PM.
Yes, thank you.
So that's in summary what we'd be voting on. I'm gonna take a straw poll. Who agrees with that?
I'm just gonna vote no. That's okay.
Okay.
Because of the sub-application.
I kind of agree with you on that,
We don't need to be unanimous, let's go.
but, okay. So, That being said, I guess, is there a motion for that?
It's already a motion.
I thought you withdrew your
Oh,
motion.
yeah, it's a change to make that amendment.
Oh, so, okay, so you withdrew.
No, I withdrew it, yeah, so someone should make that.
So we need to make a motion.
Motion's okay, so motion to deny unless.
Yes, thank you, Jim.
Following stipulations
Yes.
are met.
Thank you, Jim.
Outstanding, right.
Do we have a second? Thank you. Okay. So I'm gonna read what the resolution would be. It's going to be the original stuff that I read earlier. It's the tenement that seeking a change in method of operation for closing hours to 2 AM, asking for 3 AM on the weekends. That's what they're originally asking for, not what our motion is gonna be. It's the details of the establishment, 150 people, 9 tables, 36 seats. There are 36 full, they're well, I will read it. Since it's not on screen for you. There are 36 full premises licenses within 500 feet. Location has been licensed to the applicant since 2022 for on-premises liquor with closing by 12 AM Monday to Wednesday, 2 AM Thursday to Sunday. Now, yeah, never mind, I'm not gonna ask. So you're doing 2 AM on Sundays. You want the extension for Sundays? It's not Sunday through Wednesday?
It was Sunday through Wednesday we were asking.
Oh, God, I think
We're only Thursday through Saturday, we're 2 AM.
Thursday through Saturday, so it's Sunday through Wednesday. I need to correct that. Sunday.
This is just stating the hours, right? Is that true?
Yes, Sunday to Wednesday, and then the location was previously licensed for on-premises liquor to 161 Ludlow Food, doing business as No Fun from 2011 to 2019. The history of 161 Ludlow Food Incorporation was with hours of 3 PM to 4 AM Monday through Friday. Due to its community opposition, Community Board 3 asked the SLA enforce its approved method of operation, impose stipulations on its method of operation, and become conditions of its license, Monday through Friday. Whereas the applicant is currently licensed at another location at 191 Christie Street since 2011 with no reports to the SLA or actions over the last 5 years. There were 9 311 complaints in this location with police action necessary since 2021. There were, I think it was 6 residents submitted letters with your application in support of the application. 30 residents who live within 2 blocks of the location, including 9 in the same building, signed a petition in favor of the application. Therefore, it be resolved, Community Board 3 recommends denial of this application for a full on-premise liquor license for tenement for the premises located at 161 Ludlow Street, unless the applicant agrees to the following signed notarized stipulations. That it will operate as a restaurant with American food served at all hours
Is
of
it
operation.
possible to bring the steps up at this point and do it that way?
Yes, so Mike, go ahead and bring the steps up and I'll read from those.
Sure,
I think you're a co-host, so you should be able to share.
can you make me a panelist again, like?
Yeah.
I think as a panelist can kind of share.
We need to bring him as a coach, but
Yeah.
I think he needs to be a panelist first.
Okay. Okay.
And you just have to enable participant screen share.
I think you're a co-host now, so try, you should be able to share.
Okay, perfect, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Okay. Okay, can you just bump that up one little bit? Actually, you know what, yeah.
Command Plus probably does it.
Okay, that's better? Yeah.
Okay, great, so I just change this on.
Yeah, we need to adjust the hours.
Opening no later,
Yeah.
closing by 2.
So we'll operate as a full service restaurant, specifically an American restaurant, with the kitchen open and serving food during all hours of operation. Its hours of operation will be opening no later than 5 PM.
Okay.
Closing by 12 AM, Sunday through Wednesday. That needs to be Sunday through Wednesday.
Okay.
And then 2 AM, Thursday through Saturday. It will not operate, it will not use outdoor space for commercial use, including the open restaurants program. It will employ doorman or security personnel. It will install soundproofing. It will close in front and rear facade doors and windows at 10 p.m. or every night when amplified sound is playing, including but not limited to DJs, live music, live performances, or during unamplified live performances or televised sports. It will not have DJs. Now you need to uncheck live music. So it will not have DJs, third-party promoted events, any event in which a cover is charged, scheduled performances, and then you could take out the 20 private parties per year because that doesn't apply anymore. They're not doing full buyouts. And then unchecked, it will play ambient background recorded music only. Then it will not apply for an alteration or change to the method of operation or any physical alterations without first coming to keyword 3. It will not seek a change in class to the full, it's already full on premise. It will not participate in pub crawls or party buses. It will not have unlimited drink specials, including boozy brunches with food. It will have a happy hour and it will end by, you said 7 o'clock, correct?
Yes.
7 o'clock. It will not have wait lines. It will have a staff person responsible for ensuring no loitering, noise, or crowds outside. It will conspicuously post the stipulation beside its liquor license. Residents may contact the manager at the number below. Any complaints will be addressed immediately. Does that look good
The hours for.
That's not the right number. You also have the address wrong at the top for the space. 161 Ludlow Street.
Oh, so that's
Wait, 151?
yeah, 161. It's 161 Ludlow, not 161. And then at the bottom, I think would be number 18. The other item is where I think we could, unless we could put the live music actually on number 8.
Okay.
See number 8, there's a section below where it says the live music, and then just put in there, the live music will be from 3 to 6, and you said Saturday and Sunday, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Live music will be Saturday, Sunday, 3 to 6.
You want to describe it?
And it will be, right, and it will be, in the house system, so it will not be amplified above background level. Yeah, it will be through the house system, not amplified above background level. We want to say something about type of instruments.
Yes, no brass bands.
What types of instruments are you considering?
It will not be amplified beyond,
Beyond background level.
Background level.
Just like keyboard, guitar, vocals, generally.
So the musicians would be keyboard, guitar, vocals.
Okay.
This is great, by the way. I will vote against you for the technical reason I said, but I sponsor, I run a concert series. I've done it for 6 years in the garden.
Was
and it's fabulous.
everything else okay in there? Everyone else on the committee okay with everything in there? Okay.
Yeah,
So-
can I give you the right phone number?
yes, I can. Yep. Go ahead.
212 564 5286.
5287?
5286.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so the motion's been made, seconded, everyone's okay with this. We'll move to a vote. Sarah Batchu?
Yes.
David Crane?
No.
Jamie Felber?
Yes.
Michael Lavario?
Yes.
Amanda Liu?
Yes.
Clint Smeltzer? Yes. Motion passes. Thank you. Joseph, this stipulations will be sent to you. You can get it signed, notarized, and sent back to the office, please.
Great, thanks, Clint.
Thank you, Joseph and John.
Thank you.
Okay. Now we are going to move on to the next item, which is the Victoria at 235 Eldridge Street.
Michael, you're still presenting your screen, by the way.
Oh. Michael, you can go ahead and stop sharing.
Sharon. Stop. Let's see.
Stop share.
Okay, good.
It's Frank, right?
Yes.
Sorry, what was the address?
235 Eldridge. Okay, so if the applicant and Frank, we see you here. If the applicant is here, please raise your Zoom hand and we will get you promoted. I'm gonna go ahead and start with a quick little summary. Okay, sorry, I just need to make sure I'm on the right one. Okay. So this is an application for MoneyGround Incorporated, doing business as Victoria, is seeking a full on-premise liquor license and premises located 235 Eldridge Street. This is an application for an existing establishment of 74 people, 10 tables, and 42 seats, with one bar that includes, and I think in the application, the seats were missing. So we can go back to that. It's comfort food prepared in a food prep area, serving food during all hours of operation, recorded music at background level, the hours of 2 p.m. and closing by 4 a.m. all days. There are 18 full on-premises liquor licenses within 500 feet. This location was previously licensed for a full on-premise liquor license, doing business as the Bob Bar from 1999 to 2019. This location is currently MoneyGround, has been since 2023. They're seeking an operation, change to their method of operation to their full liquor license from 2 a.m. closure all nights to 4 a.m. closure all nights. They have been a license holder at 2 other venues in CB3 since 1985. They have had 2 SLA actions within the last 5 years, including a trading violation is pending, contaminated ice, alcohol not in original packaging, and failure to supervise. A petition was signed by 12 residents who live within 2 blocks of location, including 2 who live in the same building, and 7 letters of support, including 1 from a resident of the same building. And that's kind of the general summary. Frank, or the applicant, would you like to add or correct anything that I said? I think I saw a thumbs up from the applicant, so I guess that must be meaning there.
Sorry, I was muted. I apologize. Hi, Clint. Hi, everybody. How are you? Maria, when did you first get the license? You're muted.
Malfunction.
Oh, we can see you speaking, but we can't hear you, Maria.
Can't hear you.
No. It shows you're unmuted, but.
It's her speak. Do you have an external speak mic? Perhaps it also needs to be turned on.
Wait, in the meantime, it's 42 seats inside.
It's, what was that, Frank? It was 42 seats?
42 seats. It's on page 2. It's on page 2 of the app.
But how many seats at the bar? I had 42 seats regular, but.
At 7. The next line says 1 bar, 7 seats.
7, okay.
I don't know why we can't get a hold of Maria.
Need to change their speaker.
Okay, I'm going to speak because I don't want to waste your time. And Maria
Yeah, go
will join us if she can. This applicant came to you, I think, over 2 years ago, initially, requesting 4 a.m. 7 days a week. The committee was reluctant to do so, and we agreed to 2 a.m. 7 days a week. We've been operating for over a year now, and we're operating without issue, without complaint, no 311 issues, and we'd like to be able to operate this business till 4 a.m. 7 days a week. Be happy to answer the questions you have.
Yeah. And that's the only thing you're requesting to change is just the hours, right, Frank?
Correct.
Okay. Looks like the applicants are still working on their audio.
Looks like we're not.
Looks like Ryan wants to be promoted to a panelist.
I hadn't called on the public yet. I was just waiting to generally.
No, Ryan, no, Ryan's one of our people.
Oh, Ryan. Oh, okay. Sorry. Let me just. I didn't realize. Sorry, Ryan. I did not realize you were. I thought you were a member of the public that was eager to speak. Give me 1 second. Oops, I didn't.
Yeah, we don't need, you can close it. Sorry.
Okay, so Ryan, you are promoted to a panelist now, so that may fix it.
If he had to mute, they need to turn the output off of the computer if they're going to use the cell phone, is it, as the speaking?
Yeah, if you accessed it with another device, Ryan, you need to mute your.
Should be good now, right?
Yeah, we're on Ryan's phone now.
Okay.
All right, great.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Is this up all the way? I can hardly hear them.
It's up all the way.
Okay, we'll get really close.
Do you have anything else to add to the summary that I summarized, or else anything that Frank included?
That's to you, Maria.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, the main reason that we're looking to extend our license is because we cater to an artistic music crowd. And right now, we're not able to sustain this business, having to clear everyone out by 1:45 a.m. They often don't get to us until 1 a.m. after their own shows and art shows and that kind of thing. And we won't necessarily be open every night till 4. We just want the option for when we do have people show up. It's like, and it's a very adult crowd, a very sophisticated, grown up creative crowd. It's not NYU kids, and we want to keep it that crowd. And having the option to stay open till 4, particularly on the weekends, would just be a game changer. I don't know if we can do it if we don't get extended hours. So that's why we're asking. I mean, I'm old. I don't like to stay out all night anymore. I would rather close at 2, and likely most nights we will, but we just want the option. So that's what we're here for. We want to run it by you.
Okay. I want to also add, Clint, one other thing. There's been no 311 calls since June of 2022 when we opened this premises. The 311 calls you reference on the other locations are from a principal who's not an operator. She's merely the investor. Maria worked for years under this lady. She has no direct operational control whatsoever. It's just her money that funded this thing. It's pretty important that we
mine too, my savings. She's a investor partner.
Okay, I'm sorry.
But yeah, no, I saved my own too, and the boys took out loans. So just, we three predominantly are 75%.
That's all we have, Clint.
Of the funding, so.
Okay. You're referring to Laura McCarthy, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
What
does she have to do with this?
That's who she was just talking about.
Okay.
Because Clint mentioned there was another location that had SLA complaints in the last 5 years.
Was that?
It's not this one, clearly.
He also didn't list. They're not listing Laura because they said she's basically a silent partner as a funder, but she's involved in various other places that have been problems. There are currently problems. So
Yeah, she has some high volume music venues. This is a tiny 650 square foot bar. We're in it right now. If you want to take a look around, it's small. It doesn't come with the same kind of issues that a high volume place would. And we have a lot of neighbor support too, which is wonderful. I think you got the letters from everybody. We did have some speakers lined up, but
I think you lost some people tonight.
We
You
had
lost
to
some people
because
tonight, right, Maria?
because they work nights, so they had to go to work. But they did write letters, so I hope you can review those again. They wanted to speak and they did wait as long as they could.
Okay. So I think that being said, we are going to go ahead and move to the public speakers. So if you are here to speak to this item, please go ahead and raise your Zoom hand.
Don't know if we have anybody left.
Okay, so it looks like we're gonna go with, I think, well, it's changed. Kadian, or?
Oh, Katiana's still here? Oh, good. That's our upstairs neighbor.
Yes, so we're gonna go ahead and put Tatiana to a panelist.
Oh.
It's gonna be a slight lag, and then you can unmute yourself and begin to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Sorry, it's just a little different, this screen thing. So yes, my name is Katiana. I live direct above Victoria. As they promised me, soundproof is amazing. I cannot hear anything in my apartment. And I just wanna say that my room is facing to the front of the street, so I'm exactly above them. Security guards are doing a great job. They always ask people to not talk loud. They go to the corner, which is a parking lot, an empty parking lot, to smoke and talk. Before Victoria, this street was very dark, empty, and the individuals they used to hang out here was pretty weird. So Victoria elevated the crowds in the street, and I feel very secure because coming home after midnight, it was dangerous, you know. So right now, you know, I'm pretty happy to have them there. It's a small place. There is no I haven't seen one fight. I haven't seen anything going on. So yes, I definitely approve Victoria. I'm pretty happy that they're here. I feel safe. I love the crowds. I love the music. I think they elevated the street, and that's what I got. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Katiana. Okay, looks like we have NASA next. Michael coming. It's part of that. Oh, okay. Oh, yes, he was one of them. Yes, I do remember seeing his name. Yeah. Yep, gotcha. Oh, nice.
I don't know.
You can move on to the next one.
Can you unmute yourself and speak?
Hello, NASA.
Thank you, we can hear you.
Okay, hi, my name is NASA. I live on the block. I'm in support of Victoria staying open late until 4 a.m. I find them to be responsible and reputable operators. I think this establishment staying open later will increase the safety of the block. There's never been any noise complaints or disturbances, so I feel confident in supporting them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for being brief. We're going to move on. Rob Krauser? Or Bob Krauser.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Bob Crozier. I live at 246 Eldridge Street, and I'm opposed. And hopefully Suzanne has given you a slapsuit judgment where this bar actually came after 6 of us on the block with a $750,000 lawsuit, and they lost, and they owe us money. And this is just outrageous that you would do anything to help this bar again. And I'd like to say, has it ever happened that the clients that you're representing us on as residents have been sued by a bar, a slap suit, cost us tens of thousands of dollars to defend ourselves against this. And they still owe us that money. We're now in another judgment to get our money back. And this is Victoria. And they can't act like they're not hurting our community. They are not about our community at all and our residents. You should not let them do anything. As a matter of fact, you should take their license away when they lose a slap suit, when they sue you and they lose, and a judgment, and please have Susan give you that judgment against us. The 6 residents, and our names are on this lawsuit. So I can't imagine that you're going to give them any more concessions on our block. It would just be outrageous. They are not good. They are not a good bar. They're a horrible bar. And as a matter of fact, they're using the shed outside after hours. I don't even know how they're using the shed. That's another problem.
True.
There's a lawsuit coming after the residents of a block. How can that be? How can you allow them to stay open? Give them any more kind of perks on this block? It would be just an outrageous type of thing. We told you these people were bad, and look what they did to us. And please read the judgment. And Barry Mellon is our lawyer. Please talk to him at any time. This is the real deal. We really went through the court system, and they lost tens of thousands of dollars. These people sued us. How could you do this? How could you give them any concession?
Applicant, or the next speaker. So what Bob's referring to, I got this afternoon. There was a lawsuit that the block association that Bob represents filed
An Article
an Article 78 against the SLA, which was an appealing of our decision. Because of that, the applicants here tonight filed a lawsuit against that block association.
For doing an administrative approval. They then lost, and they lost the slab loss. And I sent them to Clem, and they have to now pay the residents all the costs, which is what they're talking about being owed by.
So
Go ahead, sorry.
the applicant, so the block association requested an Article 78 proceeding.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Can I?
And Article 78 is an appeal to the state's decision.
Yeah, and they lost the Article 78.
They lost the.
Can I also add one thing?
I'll come to you in a moment. I would like to.
We'll get right back to you. We're just clarifying something for the committee.
So the community board supported the license.
Okay.
The community board supported the license, the SLA supported the license.
And it was
The block association did an Article 78 against the SLA, trying to have the
decision
support overturned.
Yeah.
They lost the Article 78. The applicants then filed a lawsuit against the people in the block association for filing the Article 78.
Okay, so and then we'll come back to you, but asking for an Article 78 is a standard part of basically citizens' right. It's part of how the process works.
Businesses do it all the
So
time.
I'd like then, if you would, then I'll let you question them, but I would like to determine what it is if they did indeed bring a lawsuit, why did they do that? What was their basis for it or something like that?
What was the basis of the countersuit?
Was it anything other than harassing the residents, I suppose, is my question.
Yeah, Frank, can you just tell us more about the countersuit to the Article
Yes,
78?
it's exactly what it was. The Article 78 didn't just sue the liquor authority. The Article 78 sued the applicant as well as the individuals. So this is a countersuit, and it's really disingenuous for this gentleman to say we brought a lawsuit. We responded to his lawsuit. Let's try to be honest here. And we haven't lost anything, and we don't owe them anything.
So they did something more than try to get an Article 78 proceeding to happen?
That Article 78 proceeding cost us upwards of $50,000. A
So you
brand new
did
business
bring a lawsuit
that
because
didn't even get to open its doors, had to spend $50,000 in legal fees.
Okay, but they were exercising their right to ask for an Article 78, correct?
As were we, David, and it's not characterized. It's not
Yeah, everybody
spiteful.
can lawsuit for anything, but I think asking for an Article 78 is part of what the state legislature created as part of the process, no?
I think we're also entitled to our rights. Don't you agree?
Sure, I can sue anybody for anything, I agree. You always have.
But my understanding is that the state, that your lawsuit, it wasn't Article 78, but your countersuit was denied.
I didn't handle it, and I'm trying to text the attorney who did.
Okay.
We have.
We saw the cases were emailed to us this afternoon. So, but that being said, we do have two other, well, Raphael is one other person to speak from the public. I just wanted to clarify that because Bob brought up that. I wanted to clarify that for the committee. We have one other applicant or one other public member that requested to speak, Raphael. Yes.
Can you share the decision or the?
I can.
Hello guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, hello, this is Raphael. Hello?
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you, go ahead.
So yes, I live on the block. I live on 235 Eldridge on apartment 4, right on top of the Victoria Bar. And I do support them, the extension, because it seems like they're very professional and very responsible with the neighborhood. And I feel very safe, and I don't see I have never had any issues with that. And I haven't seen any issues with anything. So yes, my approval, yes. Is that it?
Yes, thank you, Raphael.
Thank you very much. I support, yeah.
So hold on one second. I'm just going to forward this to everyone. I'm trying to find it now. So while I do that, okay. Does anyone else on the committee have any other? So I'm going to forward this email right now. Does anyone while I'm looking for this email have any other questions for the applicants or the attorney?
Can I quickly say one thing in response to the guy down the block?
Sure.
They were slandering us in the Daily News. That was part of our countersuit after they tried to take our license away. After they said that they weren't at a community board meeting, they said there was an administrative law meeting. They said that the state liquor authority never informed them that there was going to be a license, even though they called for the full board meeting and came with representation. And then, we're doing all kinds of things. It's like on the block, trying to organize protests, and that kind of thing with, their, him and his partner that lives with him and the woman across the street. There's all kinds of things where they could not accept the governing bodies, went through 4 different governing bodies. They couldn't accept your decisions and continue to harass us, it's like, and that's why we had to countersue as a response. So I just wanted to say that. And then very quickly, the allegation that our enclosure is open all night long. It is not. It closes at 10 o'clock every single night. I have camera footage that can show it's closed at 10 o'clock every single night. And that's just a complete fabrication.
Yeah.
So just going to say that right there and let you continue. And any questions, let me know.
Clint, someone named Stephen DeServi is going to be trying to log on. He's the attorney who handled the Article 78. Perhaps he can shed a little light on it.
Okay, so the Article 78, and for some reason I can't find it. The Article 78 that the Block Association filed was for the SLA determination. Article 78s of the SLA are very, very common. They're generally by businesses if the SLA goes against it. We've seen that happen with things we've been involved in. But it was against the SLA determination. that the Block Association filed.
Yeah. So that was it. Okay, so I don't really know that that's within our purview that we need to really be discussing that, so.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, there are legal proceedings for that, they're handled legally. I don't know if that has any particular weight on what we're doing. That, do we opine on
No.
legal matters in that respect?
No, but it does show how they're working with the community, let's just say that. That's my point, is, you know, a SLAP lawsuit is generally not looked very favorably upon.
They applied to the SLA for Article 78 and got denied. So their application was carefully looked at.
We were sued. We were named defendants in the Article 78. It wasn't against the 78, the authority, it was against
For
us.
co-defendants.
Not the SLA.
And what we did was countersue. I don't know what a slap suit is, but we countersued.
It's a
That's what we're
strategic
entitled to.
participation.
It's a description, it's not a
Yeah,
technical.
we were named as co-defendants with the SLA.
All our names are in there.
All of our names are in there.
So why you keep saying it's just against the SLA? It's not.
Frank, you've got other applicants here, let's
We're done talking about that. So, moving on from that subject. Meryl, I do see one other, sorry, Bob has already spoken. Meryl, we're gonna let you speak.
We took a count after now.
Yeah.
Mary have a 2-minute.
But it's not in yet.
Meryl, you're on.
Okay, I'm sorry, am I on now?
Yes, you are.
Hi, I was named in the suit, one of the 6 people, plus the Block Association. We were sued for $750,000 because we exercised our right to be able to file an Article 78. Our opposition was not specifically to the bar, but the fact that we have 7 buildings on our block and 5 OP licenses and 1 wine and beer license. So what we're trying to do as a block and residents on the block association was to mitigate the amount of liquor licenses that have been applied for opening on our block. What the woman in the bar, I believe her name is Maria, as she referenced Bob as the guy down the block, stated about us organizing protests is not accurate. That we spoke to the Daily News, that is also not accurate. Actually, the Daily News quoted that Maria's response to his questions about the SLA meeting and referred to me as a man. So, because I guess my name is not easily seen as being a woman. But what I'm saying is that everything that she said that we did is inaccurate. And I feel that the SLAP suit that they filed against us was to intimidate and bully us for exercising our right to protest against having so many bars on our block. And it was a way to intimidate this residents. So that's all I would like to say. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Mel. Okay, so moving on, committee discussion. They're asking to extend their hours. What we haven't heard from really is anyone opposed to the hours.
Yeah, we often, we often talk about the ability to get along well with the neighbors with applicants, and this just bodes very badly for that. This lawsuit, it shouldn't have happened, especially if they lost and now they owe legal fees back. There was really obviously no basis for it, and it was an attempt to intimidate them. That's my opinion, and we should just say that They can look up the legal, I'm not talking about the legal issues or anything like that, or anyone's right to sue or not. They brought a lawsuit. If we know that they lost it, we need to say that they brought a lawsuit against someone who had asked for Article 78, whatever they did. And they lost that, and it is not going well for them being a good neighbor. And I'm against it, no matter what we say to do.
Hey, Clint, can we get the attorney who's handling it? He's got his hand up. Can we let him in?
What?
So two things. One, also Stephen apparently is the attorney for that event.
Oh.
But my personal opinion on this is we very strongly feel we have absolutely nothing to do.
No. I think we do. They're, instead of working with the neighbors, they file a lawsuit.
I understand that, and that was settled in a court of law, and that is, I don't think we are here in this instance to adjudicate on he said, she said, since I don't read it. I'm reading the case text right now, it's long, so we either excuse me, I'm gonna get better about that. We either choose to let the law take care of this, or we choose to kick this for a month until we can read it and then have it.
I don't think that'll make a difference. It doesn't matter the outcome of the case.
Well, then.
If you know the outcome.
We know the outcome, and I don't think that we should have any opinion, and they're legally allowed to file, but both sides are legally allowed to file this. They did. Whether it was good representation or bad representation is completely irrelevant.
Can we let the attorney in, Stephen DeServi?
I think I was called. So I would like to disagree with you and explain why.
Okay.
This is something that comes up in the office that we deal with. We have to deal with it. We will have sometimes residents complaining a lot about a location. It doesn't happen a lot, but it happens. And the owner, instead of trying to either get the office to work with them or somehow resolve it, will threaten to sue them. And they will go even to go to the police and say, these people are harassing me. Maybe sometimes it's true, but I know sometimes it's definitely not true. So I think because the community board is the structure for the residents to have their voice, and they are being told basically that they are harassing by trying, rightly or wrongly, saying, this is ruining the quality of my life. They have every right to do that. And if the bar owner is coming in and that's their way of working with the community, and like I say, this is something I'm going to be dealing with. This. I deal with it with other places. I'm going to be dealing with this. So I think it is absolutely something we have to pay attention to. This, like I say, it is okay to file an Article 78. Businesses do it all the time. It's a legal recourse against the SLA. That's how they set precedent on doing that. Residents generally can't afford to do it, but if they can't afford to do it, they have that right, and you can't intimidate them for doing that.
I think I completely agree with you.
The only thing
Characterizing this as intimidating.
Frank,
please let the attorney speak.
This is something that the community board, you're gonna not deal with it after this meeting. I'm gonna deal with it. So the community board is dealing with this issue, and I think we do have to pay attention to it.
Yeah. So it's not about the lawsuit at all. It's about their willingness to work with neighbors and resolve problems, as opposed to just filing a lawsuit. There's a difference.
We are absolutely not well enough versed in what happened and why it happened to use this in any context.
I'm gonna second that.
No, we're not. I'm not saying we're not using it.
Then I think we should put it aside.
Between
the parties, it's difficult for you having to deal with it, but unless we understand how and why this took place, it is not our purview to use it.
Well, I did read it. I'm sorry. I mean, I think it should have gone to everybody. The Article 78. Personally, if I were them, I never would have filed against the SLA, because if the community board supports something, it's always going to win. But the lawsuit against the residents was lost. They lost, the business owners lost the lawsuit and have to pay fees, so it's clear what happened.
Totally, absolutely. They've been given a judgment, which they have to then deal with.
So
That's not for us to have any opinion on.
I've said that, we're not deciding on that. So the question is, and I said this already, does anyone have any other questions or any discussion other than about the lawsuit?
Can we let this attorney in, please? He's got his hand up.
We don't want to talk about the lawsuit anymore, Frank. Honestly, what is the lawyer going to say?
But Clint, you are. When you characterize it as how the operator treats the neighbors, you're punishing them for their right to bring a lawsuit. You must let the attorney speak, not have Susan give her legal interpretation of what she read and thinks what happened. The attorney's waiting to get on and explain to you what happened. You're taking the lawsuit and you're interpreting it as this is how this operator acted. You're not hearing the whole story.
We're not factoring in the lawsuit in this discussion decision, Frank.
We want to move on to review that.
Having the lawyer talk.
Using the lawsuit as how an operator acted against the neighbor. Now, that's not right.
Does anyone want to hear the lawyer speak?
No.
No.
Frank, we're ready to move on.
We're ready to move on from the whole
application,
discussion.
The actual application.
Again,
It's recorded. I asked her to go on. That's all. Denying it, that's fine.
Does anyone have any questions?
You're going to deny speaking. That's
Frank, we haven't even got there yet, so if you could please be quiet for the moment till we discuss what we're even going to do. We haven't discussed anything about the application. It's been spent talking about the lawsuit. So, does anyone have any other questions about the application? It's to extend the hours from 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. all days.
Question about, they have no 311s, this location?
No. So I did this application. There's no history of those hours, so I'd love to hear from David or other people who tend to feel strongly about the feeling of that.
So the previous location, Bob Bar, was a problem. I've heard the neighbor, Katrina Kariana, she mentioned that, it was dark and desolate. Bob Bar was a problem. I don't know if I would call that area dark and desolate, but it was a problem for other reasons.
The hours weren't listed online.
For Bob Bar?
Yes, so what were the hours for Bob Bar?
And when were they in operation?
I think it was a 4 a.m. It was a late, it was a long time.
When were they operating?
2011 to 2019, I think is what it was.
They closed.
But it was a problem.
But it was a problem, it was definitely a problem
But
location.
there's been space between when it closed and when this
Yes.
opened, so
Yes.
it doesn't, I guess, matter. The hours are irrelevant according to others' interpretation of the current SLA rulings.
I also don't think we should taint current operators with previous operators.
I wasn't tainting, I was
No, no, no,
asking
no.
because are the hours gonna be approved or the hours not gonna be approved by the SLA? Because the license was, I can't remember, I did this resolution, but the license expired a while ago
Mhm.
before they got this license, so it's not operating continuously with those hours, so the hours are actually irrelevant.
Gotcha.
The history of the location is one thing that the SLA does require us to consider in our decisions. So that is why we do put history in there.
But what Sarah was saying is correct,
It is,
is
yes.
that the fact that it was 4 a.m. back then is not. gonna be-
Doesn't matter.
That was just something I
Yes.
couldn't find in my research and
Yes.
was just asking.
They've been operating for a year with no issues except for
Under a
this-
year.
Except for this.
Under a year, but
When did they get the license?
I think it was January.
It's this year, they got it this.
23. It's within 20.
Not that long, yeah.
Okay.
I would kind of say spend the full year.
So my opinion is taking the lawsuit out of this, taking everything else out. I generally like to see someone operate for at least a year so you can go through several seasons because there's different.
We've been open for over a year.
been open since June of 22.
It was June of 2022. This is our 1-year anniversary was June 24th. So this is a year with no noise complaints, with the neighbors who live upstairs, who love us, with multiple letters from their long-term residents, some who have lived here for 40 years.
We've been here for over a year, Clint.
So,
Your license was, why was your liquor license issued in July of 26th of 2023?
Wasn't.
Our license was delayed.
That's not right.
No, our license isn't in July.
No, so the original, yes.
so sometimes it gets excellent.
The original was in June of 2022.
Correct.
Okay, it gets confusing, it's over.
And we opened June 24th of 2022.
Okay, so you have been open for a year.
Yes,
Yes.
exactly.
So that changes.
I don't know, I don't know that area as well, because I live further
Yeah.
up, so.
Is how far south or north is that?
It's just south of,
It's a block below.
just south of Houston. It's between Stanton.
So then it's right across the street from the,
That's
Rafael Hernandez night jungle.
Yes, right.
So there's a lot, huge residential night, residents, as well as the residents on the block.
Is that area part of the oversaturated area?
It's
It's
a small narrow, it's a narrow, small street, you know, the NYCHA residents will complain, you know, because it impacts them.
Have
Have
they?
you had any complaints yet? I'm just curious.
Not in the last year about this.
In that
Zero.
street or this bar?
I haven't recently heard from them. There's another bar in Eldridge that I'm getting a lot of complaints on right now, but it's further south.
Oh.
what I'm just saying is that there's a lot of residents that live there.
Yeah, I think we were just.
I do remember them complain, the reason I'm remembering is because they complained about Bob's Square.
And, you know, you've received no recent complaints. There's no recent 311 complaints. None of the residents spoke. They spoke about the lawsuit, but they didn't speak about any issues they have since then. So, I don't know. I straw poll of, yeah.
Yeah, it was pre-COVID, since it was like back when.
Yes, Bob's Bar, I know Bob's Bar was a problem. I remember Bob's Bar being a problem.
So the residents like to.
So they would, yes, but that was, 2 years ago. So they've been opening a year. They've been open since June of 2022.
It doesn't sound problematic on its face to me.
I'm against it because of the demonstrated combative attitude toward the neighbors.
But how is it, no, I don't want to start this
I
conversation.
understand it, I'm just saying, I feel there's a demonstrated
Mike.
combative attitude toward the neighbors, and I'm against giving any establishment like that any hours.
So, okay, you said no.
Yes.
Yes. I don't know what James probably yes.
James probably gets last one about Amanda.
Yes.
It's kind of strange that none of the either residents or business ever came to the community
No,
board
and
about
they
these
spoke.
issues.
No, sorry.
I didn't know anything till Sunday night.
Yeah, that's.
The block association doesn't tell you about this until.
No.
I knew nothing
No.
till Sunday night.
That's when. I mean, I don't know. I don't think we have anything to actually hang our hat on if we were to deny it.
If we, well, I think if
Just
it's
that we
plan,
have, just that the hours are.
We have a majority, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
even with-
yeah, we have majority here, we don't have majority full board. I bet.
Well, for the interest of time right
Yeah.
now, let's vote.
Well, we have to wait for
Well,
James.
then we'll be
Yes,
bogged
what
down
Jamie
at full
said.
board. I haven't done this in a while.
Well, you can make the motion.
Yeah.
We don't need Jamie.
Well, no, I don't really want to waste time by doing that. I'm just telling you guys, you're making a mistake.
Oh, I said
You
maybe.
don't have to think about I mean, we can wait a month maybe, but if we do this tonight, if it goes through a board, then they will get it. And I really think that this is a very problematic thing. Have you ever been sued for exercising your democratic rights? I have. It's not bad.
What, but
I don't know the lawsuit though.
they're suggested in waiting a month, that's not gonna make any, I don't.
Well, it would give us time to figure out maybe
Jamie,
what
straw
happened.
poll, yes or no?
Yes.
What?
Yes. Yes.
Rest of the hours.
Yes.
David is in no, everyone else is a yes.
Okay.
David is just raising some points though, about full board.
My problem is the community board office received no complaints about problems since they've been operating. There's no 311 since they've been operating. So we haven't got any indication that they've been causing a problem or they've been operating, you know, outside of their operation. It's just been, so based on that, I'm leaning toward saying yes, which normally I would not. Normally I would be opposed to extending hours. But I don't know what we would, how we would.
You created a good argument for your own point.
So we're waiting for you for the straw poll. I think we're gonna make a resolution. So the resolution would read. All the background information that I read earlier that has already previously agreed to. We would add there were 2 residents that spoke in support of, 3 residents actually that spoke in support of, 2 residents spoke in opposition. Therefore, be it resolved, the committee board recommends the denial of the application for a full on-premises. Michael, do you actually want to bring up the stipulations?
Sure. Can you make me a panel?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Sorry about that.
Sure, about this. Although I do have businesses come to me for help and they think they're being harassed. I mean, it works both ways.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Michael. So I'm Maria DeWitt, is qualified representative, Money Go Round Incorporated, and located at 235 Eldridge Street, agrees to the following stipulations. They will operate a full liquor, wine, beer, cider license, operate a tavern with a kitchen open and serving food all hours of operation. The hours of operation would be no later than 2 p.m. and closing by 4 a.m. Monday through Sunday, or all days. It will close for dining out under the temporary restaurant programs and any other outdoor uses by 10 p.m. all days. It will employ doorman security personnel. It will install soundproofing. It will close any front and rear facade doors and windows at 10 p.m. every night or when amplified sound is playing, included not limited to DJs, live music, and live non-musical performances, or during unamplified live performances. It will not have, and so you are having DJs, correct?
Only on Fridays and Saturdays as background music.
Okay, so we'll have DJs, but it will still be background level music, so we will check that. So you will have DJs, and we will put in there DJs are Fridays and Saturdays only at background level.
But why does it say live music there? We don't have live music. Oh, sorry, I will not have. Yeah, correct.
I will not have. So that is checked off. You
Sorry.
DJs. So DJs Friday and Saturday. You will not have live music. You will not have third-party promoted events. Any event in which a cover fee is charged, scheduled performances, more than 6 DJs per week. That was what your application said.
Oh, that's funny. No, we only. We don't need that many DJs.
More than 2 DJs.
That sounds horrific.
So it's 2?
So 2. So no, you will have no more than 2 DJs per week, and they will be Friday and Saturday only.
Yeah, I mean it's really Fridays and Saturdays. I mean,
Clint,
I'd love
it
to be able
says-
to do it Thursdays too, but
Clint, it
you know.
says 2 DJs per week.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it's Fridays and Saturdays.
And then no more than 6 private parties per month.
Right.
That's fine. We don't even do that many.
Now, I know you hear us earlier when we mentioned a private party is a full buyout of your restaurant, your whole establishment.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
This was in the original STIP, that's why.
Yeah.
You want to do something
Yeah,
different?
These are all the same thing. Oh, yeah.
So you are not having only recorded background music because you are having a DJ, so that will be left unchecked. You all will not apply for an alteration in the method of operation or for any physical alteration without first coming before CV3. I will not seek a change of class without first coming before CV3. Will not participate in pub crawls or have party buses. Will not have unlimited drink specials, including boozy brunches. Will have a happy hour that will end by 8 p.m. Will not have wait lines. Will have a staff person responsible for ensuring no loitering or crowds. Will conspicuously post the stipulation beside the liquor license. Residents may contact the manager owner at the number below.
Yeah.
Okay.
You want my number?
No, I think, actually, I have it right here in the application. It's 718-864-1125.
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. So we have that in there now.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So that is the resolution and attached stipulations. We will move to a vote. Sarah?
Yes.
David? Jamie?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Amanda?
Yes.
Clint? Yes.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Full board
Quick.
meeting September, the full board meeting September 26th. Is that open to the public or is that virtual?
No, the full board meetings are in person, open to the public.
In person, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Frank. Thank you, Maria.
Thank you guys for your patience.
So thank you for your patience. There's so much more to tell you, but I don't want to waste your time.
Thanks.
You're for 97 First Avenue?
Yeah.
Can we go?
Yes, yes, you're doing it.
Bye. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Okay, Frank, you're for you're number 6 as well, which is 197 First Avenue.
Yes.
Yes, yeah, he said yes. So, and then the applicants for this are here in person, so we don't need to find them. Just give me 1 second to bring this up, the questionnaire and the resolution.
Oh, we have one more partner who's in on Zoom. Her name is Juliet.
Okay, can you, Juliet, can you, oh, she has her hand raised, so thank you.
I'm gonna give you guys, when you're ready to speak, just push this.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm gonna give a brief summary and you've heard how it'll go. Then public can speak, committee can ask questions. So Schmuck or Die LLC doing business as Schmuck is seeking a full on-premise liquor license for the premises located at 97 First Avenue between 5th and 6th. It's an application for an establishment of 74 people, 22 tables, and 48 seats. There will be 2 bars with 22 bar stools. One is approximately 23 feet, the other is approximately 20 feet. There's a full kitchen. The establishment will be serving food during all hours of operation. And the hours of operation were
2 a.m. all day.
2 a.m. all day.
Yeah.
Okay. What opening at what time?
4
p.m. to 2 a.m. all day. Thank you. There are 20 liquor licenses within 500 feet. This location was previously Mancora and Apna Masala. Previously, before that, it was Figaro Restaurant. It was last heard of committee in 2018 and approved for a full liquor license with hours of 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. Sunday through Thursday, 12 p.m. to 1 a.m. Friday through Saturday. This restaurant closed during COVID. Daniel Binkowitz is currently the owner and operator of Sweet Liberty, an award-winning cocktail bar that's been open since 2015. Where is it located?
Miami Beach.
In Miami, that's. There have been no commercial throwing complaints of this location since 2018, mostly because I think it's been closed since 2018.
I think it closed in, no, according to Google, there were reviews up until 2020.
Up until 20, was it open through?
That's why I checked.
Yeah, okay. 97 residents who live within 2 blocks of the location signed a petition in favor of the application. That's pretty much the background in summary. Do you have anything else to add?
Yeah, well, I just figured that because we're new here, we just wanted to introduce ourselves really quick, and then we just wanted to say what we're trying to do with the space and with this project. My name is Mo Al-Jaf. I'm one of the partners. Back in 2016, I founded a bar in Barcelona called Two Schmucks, which became a very famous cocktail bar over there, and was in the world's 50 best bars, owned by the same people as the 50 best restaurants. And we then also opened and operated 2 more sites in Barcelona, Fat Schmuck and Lucky Schmuck. In 2022, I exited that project and I sold my shares to move over to the States. I moved there on an O1 visa, and to try to open a bar and open a business there, specifically in New York, specifically in the East Village. And I'm also joined here by my partner, Juliette.
Hi, everyone. Introduce myself as well. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Hi, everyone. I'm Juliette. I'm from a culinary place in France. So I did like a school and I work in Michelin star restaurants, 2 of them. Then I was a sous chef. And after that, I started to work in a cocktail bar, Syndicat, which was like a rank 26 best bar in the world. And after this, I was general manager of all the Schmuck. So rank 7 best bar in the world as well. And I'm the partner of Mo and Dan to open a bar and a restaurant as well in New York City. That's it.
And then we got Dan who.
Hi guys, thanks for having us. I'm Dan, like you said, I own Sweet Liberty in Miami Beach, but besides that, I have 9 other locations that I operate throughout South Florida and Nashville, Tennessee. I have 30 years of experience. I started at a very young age, bussing tables, and I worked my way up. Between all of us, I think we have over 50 years of experience. We're looking forward to this project a lot.
Yeah, and so what we're trying to do here is that we want to do kind of a world-renowned bistro and cocktail bar in the location of 97 First Ave. We want to use a lot of inspirations to mix our cultures and background, which is, French, Middle Eastern, and Jewish. And we want that to inspire the food and the drink and the art that we use. We celebrate great food, we celebrate great drinks, and we celebrate great art and great service. But we like to do it in an environment that's all welcoming and a bit more kind of easygoing. Basically, we want great products to be just welcoming and accessible, and that's been our mantra always. We're doing Schmuck, and yeah, we chose the East Village because we're not just there to, do just another bar or another restaurant. This is basically a massive project for us. We're looking at this project that it's going to be our home for the next decade or so, and we want to treat it as such. We want to be a part of the neighborhood, we want to get to know our neighbors, and we want to get to know the community. And so we're here applying for 7 days a week, 4 p.m. to 2 a.m., which would help us a lot in being able to run this business successfully. Thank you.
Okay.
What was the previous hours?
It was 12 p.m. to 2 a.m. So 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. Sunday through Thursday, 12 p.m. to 1 a.m. Friday and Saturday.
When was that license?
That one was the one that I think he was referring to as in 2020 during COVID.
Anybody here to talk?
So is there anyone here from the public that would like to speak to this item? If you are, please raise your hand. Okay, I do see Peter, I can't quite see your last name, Kolinsky?
Hello?
Yep, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Fantastic. My name is Peter Kalinsky, and I've been a resident of the East Village now for 12 years. I live on St. Mark's between First and Second Avenues, and I'm in full support of this project. Living in the area now, like I said, for 12 years, I've seen a lot of places close, a lot of places open, and that corner, as we know, has been closed since COVID, and it'd be great to stick this concept in that location. So again, in full support of this project. Thank you.
Okay, GN Chan.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm Jian Chan. I live in 7 St. Mark's Place, apartment 14, which is really close by. I live in there for 12 years. I really like the neighborhood, and I see a lot of places open and close. The village is changing, but I just happened to know Mo a few years ago, and then I really admire what he have done before his other projects before. He's all a very, very decent, legit project, and then really help out the community and change the neighborhood in Barcelona. Actually, it's really impressive. So I'm really looking forward to have him in East Village as a neighbor and to see what he can do for the community. And I'm curious and also really positive about this project. So hopefully that help.
Okay, I don't see anyone else with their hand raised. So that being said, I think we can move on to committee discussion. Jamie, do you see your hand?
I have a question before I say anything. I have, through Mr. Paradise, I have worked with Sweet Liberty very, very nominally. Does that cause any issues there? Great. Then their reputation precedes them. Mo, two schmucks. I mean, the accolades. I don't know why you didn't put
You
your name.
know, that, kind of offensive, I'm sorry.
The schmucks bit?
Yes. And my question was to ask them, to speak to the name, yeah, because I'm gonna be walking by there all the time. And,
Sure, so
yeah.
I personally grew up in a Jewish home where Yiddish is spoken, and for my family, it was a playful word.
But it's a derogatory term.
Not necessarily, not.
It is, if you look it up, it's a derogatory term.
I grew up in Yiddish. Yiddish was
Me too.
the second language, right?
Me too.
Yeah, so for us, it was more of a playful, fun term. I know it can be perceived that way, but it's not. It's kind of like taking we're trying to take the misnomer out of that. You know, it's not really direct towards anybody. It's more of a playful sense.
So I'm just gonna say, it sounds like a really nice concept.
Yeah.
I mean, a very nice concept. And I'm just gonna say, to me, as someone that's gonna have to walk by all the time, it takes away from it. It is unpleasant.
I understand. So if I can just speak on that, the reason why we decided to call our first venue to Schmucks is because it was me and Frank doing it. We wanted to have a brand that reflected who we were. And I was a big fan of Larry David, you know, he was kind of a big inspiration. And then when I met Dan, I started working with him. He told me a story about how his old man used to call him Schmuck when he was a kid. And basically, and basically we just kind of like, you know, we wanted as well to use the name to again work with the whole thing with the concept about it for us to do great food, great drinks, great service. It doesn't have to be a place that has to be super fancy or kind of dressed up. We wanted something to kind of destroy the stigma about that. And so the name is just kind of an attribute to that.
Thank you for that.
I hope it's not too.
Next, anyone else on the committee have questions? So my only question and concern is, you know, yes, you both seem to have, I wish you would have included a little bit more of that, your history in your questionnaire application. My only concern is you don't have New York experience. I know you have other big city experience. So we don't know how you're gonna handle the East Village crowds, the East Village issues that we deal with. You're not asking for 4 AM, but normally we would ask for maybe earlier hours, at least during the week. Is that something you would consider till we can at least see how you're gonna operate?
We can't go forward unless it's 2 AM, really.
Yeah, it's.
Our identity is a cocktail party.
It is going to be hard for us, but we also want to make sure to create the right settings for us to be able to create the vision that we want to do. We want to have a lot of people working on the floor. We want to deliver great service. We don't want to be the kind of bar that hires just a minimal amount of people to make it work. One bartender, one server, and try to make it work. And for us to be able to do so, that little bit of extra revenue helps us tremendously. For us to be able to have these extra people working the service, working the floor, and for us to be able to make this vision.
And I would like to say, and this has nothing to do with your business operation, but if you're expecting to make a lot of money during those hours during the week, that area in the 6th Street, you're probably not going to do that. But this isn't for us to debate.
We have someone who can tell us, but.
Do you guys get late night during the week?
We are a destination for that because of the caliber of the product we put out.
We will attract service industry, so we do believe that we need those hours. Your concerns about, functioning a business in New York and being responsible and being good at it, just I have 3 bars in South Beach.
South Beach is very different, so that's my concern.
Absolutely, very different. But I also have 3 bars in main areas in Nashville. I have 30 years of experience. I kind of have been through a lot of.
That's my only thing that concerns me. South Beach and the main areas in Nashville, I've been to both of those. That's not East Village, and that's not necessarily that's what we're afraid of in East Village.
Right.
No, we get that.
I assure you that we're well equipped. With confidence.
And so it's like we're asking you guys for a chance to prove that we can do this. And basically I don't know, the way that I see it is that it would help us tremendously, and it would allow us to be able to create this vision that we want to do in this place, if we would be able to open to do that. And it would kind of, put the stake or put the crutch a little bit in our wheel. If we wouldn't be able to, we would still be able to do it, of course, but we would have to take a lot of.
So the issue is, there's a very large housing complex across the street from you. They've had many issues we've heard from, not necessarily about this location, but about other locations in that stretch.
Yeah.
Because especially at late night during the week.
Yeah.
So Village View. And the people in Village View will have complained before and will have issues. They've had issues with other bars along that stretch of First Avenue. So that's the only thing. If you're gonna draw this late night crowd that you're hoping for, expecting, that's the only concern.
It's not that we're necessarily.
Where is this between what and what?
It's on the corner of 6th and First.
It's the same block as Jamie's
No.
bar, so.
No, it's the next block down. Jamie's up further.
No, I'm not. I'm 4 doors away.
But you're still mid-block. You're not directly across from Village View. When it was.
Sure, Village View, that's a wide avenue, Village View is set back, I'm not sure that's.
Carmel was a huge problem, and Mancora,
Almost like a problem with the lines, right?
No, it was the noise. It was the noise from their door being
It was big.
between 3rd and 4th, or 4th and 5th.
But they're not.
At first.
Yeah, it's
Just
3
next
blocks
to
south,
Donna,
we're not
too.
gonna take him, consider it.
No.
I'm not here to defend these guys, my personal opinion is, I wanna go to this bar. And I wanna do it because of the pedigree of the product and because of their reputation. And that's what we're looking for.
There are other locations that already have later night hours. That's my only concern.
Say that again?
There are other locations that have had later operating businesses. That block south has been fairly quiet.
Wait, sorry, you're saying it's quiet or
No,
with
The
the late hours?
late night, that's the thing. There's been nothing late night.
It will be other people.
in that stretch. That's my only concern.
No, I understand that, but that's what we did.
Adding another business further south is
They're
going to.
just, that's their
That's-
business choice, Susan, their choice, it's their choice to say the name, I mean, they just won't have those people come.
I wouldn't say don't, I wanted them
So
as just people that.
I'm just concerned that we're a place that's never had 2 a.m. hours that we're at. That's my concern. For someone that isn't necessarily an established business, I know they have places other ways, we just aren't confident in how they're gonna operate in New York.
May I say something, Clinton? My hand's been up.
Go ahead, Frank.
Just wanted to mention to you, when I first sat with these guys, they wanted 4 a.m., 7 days a week. And we batted that around a lot until we got to the point where they recognized that 2 a.m. would be much more conducive to the neighborhood, to the residents and the community board. And the fact is that 2 a.m. is, they're there. You know, earlier hours, they're not gonna be able to succeed there.
Also,
I hear, Clint, that you would like earlier hours, but we didn't come in at 4 and negotiate and try to negotiate down. We came in with the hours that we think are the reasonable hours and what we can live with.
Also, can I add something? I tried something like, I've been out for 3 weeks. Oh, yeah, sorry. I've been out for 3 weeks, on the streets trying to get signatures. We got 100 signatures because we wanted to make sure that we did our due diligence. So 4 p.m. to 2 a.m. and it said the name Schmuck, it had the name Schmuck or die, and everyone read it. And most people that asked us what the name was going to be, asked us what our hours was going to be. And a lot of people seemed excited because they were like, yeah, that place has been vacant forever. It's full of graffiti. It's kind of a lot of garbage bags out there. It's a little bit seedy, and we're just trying to do something good and something nice there. And we're asking for the chance to be able to, prove this to be right.
It's a dark and desolate corner, and on most nights there's garbage bags on the street. It's really beat up. We're going to come in there and liven it up and make it a better place, a safer place as well. We're opening a cocktail bar. I feel your concerns, but we're not opening a club. We're going to open a very, very chill cocktail bar. So
I have no other questions.
Well, what is your feeling about the hours? Because I don't.
It's
no one's
just,
engaging with that.
Preemptively concerned.
I'm preemptively concerned about what's gonna happen.
It used to be, in 2003, it used to be in the new restaurant.
Yeah.
You couldn't pay.
You can't have the side conversations, I can't hear you on the mic.
Susan asked what the hours were previously.
No, she asked what was there.
The history, oh, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, so it used to be in,
Yeah,
it used to be Indian restaurant, and then they couldn't afford the rent fully, so they rented out half of it to a Peruvian restaurant. And then to our understanding, they shut in the summer of 2019. Yeah, and then to our understanding, they shut in the summer of 2019. I don't know, but maybe there's something about them operating to 2020, but I'm not sure, but that's according to the paperwork that we got on the previous place.
I know.
Yeah.
Indian restaurant for Second Avenue.
Yes.
And then it was, Kindred was further up.
Kindred was right. Okay, anyone else have any questions? If not, is anyone ready to make a motion?
Motion to deny unless.
Yeah, it would be denial with the current
Motion to deny unless current stipulations are met.
and the proposed application and such.
Okay.
And I will read through this.
Okay. Do you want to repeat that?
No, I can, I'll read through it as the final.
No, do you want me to repeat what you just said? Motion to deny unless.
Okay, we know it, we got it.
Okay. Second.
I'll second it.
Great.
Second by Michael. Okay. So the whereas clauses will be the whereas that I read earlier in the summary. Michael, can you pull up the stipulations? And it will be that there were 2 residents spoke in favor. We will add that to the whereas clauses I previously mentioned. And therefore it be resolved that Community Board 3 recommends the denial of the application for a full on-premise liquor license for Schmuck or Die located at 97 First Avenue unless the applicant agrees to the following signed and notarized stipulations. It will operate as a tavern serving small plates with a full kitchen and food served during all hours of operation. Its hours of operation will be opening no later than 4 p.m. and by closing by 2 p.m. all days. It will close all outdoor dining allowed under the temporary program by 10 p.m. every night or when amplified sound is playing. Sorry, I lost. Can you bump that? Sorry, maybe I'm just getting tired of my eyes.
Make it bigger?
Just a tiny little bit bigger, I think. Sorry. Thank you. Yes, thank you. I will not use outdoor space for commercial use. I will close outdoor dining. No, sorry. I will close all outdoor dining operated under the restaurant program or any other uses. I will employ a doorman or security person, 2 from 10 p.m. to close. So you did not check off soundproofing. I assume is there soundproofing installed?
Yeah.
So it's, I will close any front or rear facade doors or windows at 10 p.m. or when amplified sound is playing. I will not have DJs, live music, third-party promoted events, any event in which a cover fee is charged. Scroll down a tiny bit, Michael. Thank you. Any event in which a cover fee is charged or scheduled performances or more than 5 private parties per year. Now I know you heard what we said earlier about the private parties. That includes a full buyout. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay.
We understand that.
That's fine. Thank you. So I will play ambient recorded background music only. I will not apply for an alteration of its method of operation without coming to CB3 first. I will not participate in pub crawls or party buses. You had not checked off, I will not have unlimited drink specials or busy brunches with food.
Yeah, we will not have any unlimited drink specials or cozy lunches.
Okay, thank you. And then you will have a happy hour and it will close by 7 p.m. each night. And you will not have wait lines or will have a staff person responsible for no loitering, noise, or crowds outside. And it will conspicuously post this, the liquor license. That's good.
Yeah.
And then you had Daniel, your information, and then that phone number is 305-296-1.
Yeah.
Sorry, I need glasses, I think.
And my name isn't Daniel, it's actually, my real name is Dan.
Oh, okay.
So change that to Dan? Yeah.
Sure, we can, and even I think up above it was listed as Daniel, so I don't.
Yeah, it's not Daniel.
Okay, so we'll correct that.
Thanks.
Application says no unlimited drink specials.
I will not have unlimited drink, number 13, right?
Right, it said that in the application.
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, okay.
That's correct? Okay.
Okay, so they're okay with everything, so we'll move to a vote. Sarah?
Yes.
David?
Yes.
Jamie?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Amanda?
Yes.
Clint? Yes.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For your patience.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Frank.
Don't thank us, just be good operators.
We all get names.
Maybe add some context or
It's
something.
not a
about
discipline.
maybe they can add some
Well, by
context
any means,
about the name
discipline, but that's
in
okay.
there.
It just feels like, a nice,
Menu,
like,
that's meant to
garbage
be
bags are out there.
nice.
So it's all-
That's gonna be there.
And then the facade is all beat up, it's dark right there. Yeah.
It really
We
depends
stood out there a couple
on
nights.
from my mother's
Maybe we
also
should dive,
Spanish speaking. We have kind of
every
one
night
that
probably.
he
We stood out
said
there.
dealing without the words.
Yeah, it just feels really like.
It's vulgar to some people as well.
Actually, you beat up.
Okay. We are moving on to the next item, which is, we're gonna go right back, which would be number 4, which is Fowlwich, 15 Avenue A.
Banana shakers,
What's that?
banana shakers, which is a problematic.
I was just-
Guys, here's. I understand, exactly.
Fowlwich, I'm gonna say Fowlwich. Okay, so we're moving on to number 4, which was Fowlwich, 15 Avenue A. If the applicant is here, please raise your hand. Carlo, are you, I think,
Carlo is, I recall that,
okay, I was just getting up the application now.
almost sure that was the last
All right,
one.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I just want to make sure that my team is here with me before we begin. We should have Lisa Glusman and Carlo Mirarchi here.
So let's see, yep.
Great. All right. I'm happy to kick it off, though I'm sure, Clint, you would like to do
I'll just give a quick brief summary as I've done, and then please feel free to add anything else. This is just the basics we have. This is Avenue A Pizza LLC, doing business as Fowlwich, is seeking a full on-premise liquor license, which it's actually an upgrade to a full on-premise liquor license at the premises located at 15 Avenue A between East Houston and East 2nd Street. It's an application for an establishment with 74 people, 11 tables, 44 seats, 1 stand-up bar, a full kitchen serving food during all hours of operation, no television, streaming music at background level. There are 13 full on-premises liquor licenses within 500 feet. It is an upgrade from a beer wine license to a full on-premise. It's by the same business at the same location. This license was issued in December of 2022. This applicant runs 6 other businesses in Manhattan, Brooklyn, and Long Island with a mix of full liquor and beer and wine license with no SLA disciplinary history in the past 5 years. 7 residents within 2 blocks signed a petition in favor of the application. 5 of them live in the same building. And I just wanted to do one thing, just clarify, your hours were, you were proposing, it was, you originally were asking for later hours, but you did then revise the hours to.
Yeah, that was a mistake. It was never meant to be a request for later hours. It was, we've already been approved.
The application had 2 a.m., but then we just got an email this afternoon that you were revising it back to 12, which is what you were originally approved for, correct?
No intention of increasing.
So you're not changing, okay, that clears things up and makes it easier. So other than that, everything else, is there anything else you'd like to add to or correct based on my brief summary?
It was a great summary. I'll just say a couple words really quick. Like I mentioned, my name is Phil Dorn, attorney with Pizetsky and Bookman. With me is Lisa Glusman, an associate attorney at my firm, and Carlo Mirarchi, who is the chef and one of the owners of Fowlwich on Avenue A between 1st and 2nd. We're here before you, as Clint mentioned, for a class change application to go from beer and wine to full liquor. We originally came before this committee over 2 years ago, and the committee expressed a desire for the applicants to start out with beer and wine. They've done just that, and after being open for almost a year now and proving to be a good operator, a good neighbor, we now ask that you give them the green light to pursue full liquor. The restaurant will remain a quiet, neighborhood-friendly restaurant. It's background music only, no outdoor space, closing at midnight each night, like we just mentioned. This is obviously not some late-night bar that causes quality of life concerns. And just a little bit about Carlo. He's a 2 Michelin star chef, and Fowlwich is currently vying for its own Michelin star. He lived in this community for several years, and he really does care about the quality of life here. He just wants to be able to successfully operate his restaurant to the best of his abilities, while offering customers a beverage program beyond just wine. So for the sake of brevity, because it's already been a long evening, I will turn it back over to the committee.
Okay. Thank you for that. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak to this item? Please raise your Zoom hand. Okay, I do see Daniel Tanow.
I didn't actually come on this meeting to speak on this one, but I'm in full support of this. I love it's an excellent restaurant, and they're actually a restaurant, and excellent food. The wine and beer is great, but sometimes you want a cocktail with dinner, and this place will be a good place to do that. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you, Daniel, for adding that. Benjamin. Benjamin, I think we're going to call on you next.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Sure. I live next or upstairs from these guys. Lived in the city about 12 years. Moved into this building when it emerged from renovation, which was about a year ago, and didn't know any of these folks before. They've been great neighbors, to be honest. I share a basement with them. We lost a tree out front due to a truck hitting it. These guys have been trying to get a new one put in place. I think that I like the restaurant, and I think that you've got some good community members here, and so I'm in full support. I don't see any quality of life issue with these guys going full liquor license. So I just wanted to voice my support. If there are any questions for me, fire them away.
Great, thank you, Benjamin. I don't see anyone else. We're going to move on to committee questions or discussion. Does anyone on the committee have any questions or comment or anything about this item? Okay. That being said, I'm going to make a motion that we move forward with the application as presented, which would be upgrading to full liquor, keeping the hours at 12 a.m. All the other stipulations are staying the same.
Second that.
Thank you, Jamie. Okay, so we have a summary that I read earlier. I've added in the corrected hours that was changed from the application, so that will be the same. It will then go into, if you could bring up the resolution, Michael, please.
Resolution or steps?
Steps, sorry. Steps. Just a tiny little bit. So now, just so, I mean, we had on the application listed as the contact person as Brandon.
Sorry, there was some background noise here. What was that?
Sorry. Sorry.
1 second.
I know, it falls apart. Sorry, we have Brandon Hoy as the contact. Is he?
Yeah, Brandon Hoy is still an owner of the restaurant. Just
confirming that. So it would be, the license would be a full liquor license, will operate a full service restaurant, specifically an Italian restaurant, with kitchen open and serving food during all hours. The hours of operation will be 11 a.m., opening no later than 11 a.m. and closing by 12 a.m. all days. It will not use outdoor space for commercial use. It will close any front and or rear facade doors and windows at 10 p.m. every night, and when the amplified sound is playing, including but not limited to DJs, live music, anything else. Will not have DJs, live music, third-party promoted events, any event which a cover fee is charged, or scheduled performances, no more than 10 private parties per year. Will play ambient background recorded music only. Will not apply for an alteration without coming to CB3. Will not seek a change in class. It's already fully upgraded, so it's fine. Will not participate in pub crawls or party buses. Will not have unlimited drink specials, including boozy brunches with food. Will not have a happy hour. Will not have wait lines. Will have a staff person responsible for ensuring no loitering. Will conspicuously post a stipulation. Residents may contact the bar manager or owner at the number below.
Two quick things that I just want to run by Carlo just to make sure it's all good. First, Carlo, is it okay if Brandon signs? Is he available to sign, or do you want to change it to your name? You're muted. Give a thumbs up if it's okay for Carlo, or okay for Brandon rather. Okay, good. All right. And then the second thing I just want to make sure is 10 private parties per year. As they mentioned in previous applicants tonight, a private party means a full buyout. Are you planning on having more than 10 complete buyouts through the year, or is that number okay? That number's okay. I see the thumbs up. All right, it all looks good to go.
Okay, so we'll leave everything as it is.
Great.
Thank you. So that being said, we are going to move to a vote. Sarah?
Yes.
David?
Yes.
Jamie?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Amanda?
Yes.
Clint? Yes. So motion passes. Good luck.
Thank you all.
Thank
you very much. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Okay. So that being said, we will move on to number 7, which is 141 Christie Street. To just this.
You scared me. He said 7 more.
That's what it says in the.
So we are going to hear number 7, which is No One Home, Footy House Incorporated, or Footy House LLC, 141 Christie Street. Good. Oh, I'm just looking at the application. Don't. Let's see, who's the attorney?
Clint, I sent you the resume.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I have that, that wasn't that. I was just looking at the application for the attorney. I don't know. It is Frank. It's Frank again. So Frank, we got you again.
Love to be here. Hey Kyle, what's going on? I like it.
So I'll give a brief summary as we've done before. Let's flip back to that. Okay, so Footy House LLC, doing business as No One Home, is seeking an upgrade to a full on-premises liquor license in a premises located at 141 Christie Street between Delancey and Brewer. The application is an existing establishment that has an undetermined number of people. I don't think, have you got your C of O yet? Should that be 74?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Of 74 people. It has 24 indoor tables, 104 indoor seats with 2 stand-up bars and 19 seats. Less than a full-service kitchen serving food during all hours of operation. 3 to 4 televisions, DJs, and recorded music. The hours of operation will be 8 a.m. to 12 a.m. 7 days per week. Sorry, I lost my place. This premises has operated as a football cafe since November of 2022. 2-floor soccer-themed restaurant, cafe establishment serving breakfast and lunch food, beer, wine, and coffee. Previously, it's operated as nightclubs through 2014. Pat Martino, the current applicant, has had a beer and wine license connection with the football cafe since it opened. There's only been one commercial during one complaint with police action since 2022. That's generally, this was a pretty simple summary. I think, do you have anything to add, Frank or Kyle?
It's just that 1311 happened at 4 or 8 in the afternoon. So I'm not sure that is related to us.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, 1, we put it in there, but we really don't consider 1 as anything significant.
But no, otherwise the summary is correct, Clint.
Okay.
Kyle?
Do we have any members of the public here to speak on this item? Seeing none, I'm going to move on to committee questions, comments, concerns. Okay. Okay, that was simple enough. So seeing none, I think I will move on to this resolution, which again will be what I just summarized, adding in. So there's nothing to add in because there were really no changes. So that would be, therefore, the community board recommends denial of the application for this full liquor license, for this upgrade. I do need to change that. For the upgrade to a full on-premise liquor license for the premises located at 141 Christie Street, unless the operator agrees to the following stipulations. And can you please bring those up, Michael? Okay, it will operate as a full service, or I'm sorry, it will operate as a tavern with kitchen open and serving food during all hours of operation. The hours of operation will be no later than 8 a.m. and closing by 12 a.m. It will not use outdoor space for commercial use, including open restaurants. You will not have doorman and security, will not install soundproofing, will close all front and rear facade doors or windows by 10 p.m. or when amplified sound is playing, including DJs, live music, non-musical performances. It will not have, so you, again, are gonna have DJs You aren't gonna have live music, third-party promoted events, any event in which a cover fee is charged or scheduled performances, and no more than 15 private parties per month. And is that correct based on what you heard earlier, that a private party we consider as a full buyout?
Kyle, that's you.
Oh, yes. I mean, unlikely. The reason we put that in there is every now and then there's a World Cup or a massive month-long tournament. And so we just wanted to afford ourselves the room that were there to be a title sponsor that took over that many days during a massive tournament. That's the only reason we wanted to include that.
And that would be, so there would be full buyouts closed for that though?
Yeah,
just-
that's possible. And I'll just give you, for instance, Tom Brady's company rented it out for 7 days for a full buyout. And that was actually one of the reasons we put this in there, is we didn't anticipate that as part of the business model, but it's something we've added.
Okay.
Yes, Tom Brady's company.
Okay, so that being said, so what we do need to check off though, I think is, we had, I think in your application, like maybe that was a mistake, is that you will play on that background recorded music only. You're having DJs, so that is not necessarily. Now, the DJs, will they be at background level or will they be at entertainment level or louder than background?
Background level.
Background level.
Okay, so maybe, Michael, can you just add in the comment on number 8, just say DJs will be background level and then uncheck ambient background music only?
It's actually, do me a favor. Put the light on behind me.
Was that for us, Frank? No.
No, I just can't read my own stuff. It's too dark in here.
I'm having the same problem with my eyes tonight, Frank, so don't worry about it. I will not apply for an alteration to the method of operation or any physical alterations without first coming to board CV3. I will not participate in pub crawls or have party buses come to my establishment. Will not have unlimited drink specials, including boozy brunches. I will have a happy hour that will end by 8 p.m. I will not have wait lines, and I will have a staff person responsible for ensuring no loitering. I will conspicuously post the stipulation, and then residents may contact the manager owner at the number below. David, I see your hand.
So you probably don't want to guarantee that you'll be open by 8 a.m. every single day. You can say noon for open no later than, and you could still open at 8 a.m. I just think that you probably want to be realistic. Give yourself a little bit of leeway. We do want you to say that you'll be open by a certain time so that you don't slip and become simply a bar. But do you really want to guarantee that you'll be open by 8 a.m.? It doesn't do anything for us.
Yeah, I mean, if it doesn't do anything for you, the only reason we did that is for early morning games that we would
be allowed to, even if you said you will be open before noon, you would still be able to open at 8 a.m. So would you prefer that?
Yeah, Frank, I mean, I think that makes sense, right?
Yeah, it's fine. We're both thinking of the World Cup, but yes, we can do as.
You will be able to open at 8 a.m.
But if you say that you open no later than 8 a.m. every day, that means you have to be open at 8 a.m. every day. And that's what David's pointing out. If that's not something you're going to do.
David's right.
So would you like 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. all days? And then if you're open earlier than 12 a.m., we don't necessarily care about that.
These are both no times. And the other thing is, I don't know, the way that the STIPs now are written, there's no limit on the sound for recorded music. It's only a restriction on the DJs. I mean, the intent was obviously that it should be ambient background level all the time.
Well, it is. That's why that second bullet is I will play ambient background music only. If that's not checked, then we put a note in above that it's DJ or it's an entertainment level.
But it's DJs only some of the time. When are they going to have recorded background music? Maybe this is not an issue, but I'm just pointing out that the STIPs, as written, will let them play recorded music at any volume.
Wasn't this designed to avoid like major amplification for like club nights and that kind of stuff?
I think we've always just let both of them exist. It says ambient background recorded music only, and DJs, they're playing recorded music.
Yeah, I think what we want to do is
it needs to be
say whether it's DJs or whatever kind of music, but then also volume, so it can be entertainment.
Which I think we've always done.
We wanted to know both.
I think we've always left the one about ambient background music, recorded music only doesn't exclude having DJs. Unless they marked off with
Okay.
DJ,
So-
so put that one back.
Yeah. So we're gonna check ambient back. We're gonna check number 9.
Okay, and it, was that, 12 PM to 12 AM, is that?
All days, yes.
Okay.
Okay, so with those changes, are you still okay with everything, Kyle and Frank?
Yeah, and thank you for pointing that out. I appreciate it.
Okay, so that is the resolution, the stipulations with those minor amendments. We will then move to a vote. Sarah?
Yes.
David?
Yes.
Jamie?
Yep.
Michael?
Yes.
Amanda?
Yes.
Clint? Yes. Okay, the motion passes. You will be getting, Frank knows the drill, you'll get the stipulations, you just need to get them signed, notarized, and back to us.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. We are moving
Thank you.
on.
Thanks, Frank.
Our last item, which is the FLA group, 187 Orchard Street. 1 second to get that open. And while I'm doing that, if the applicant, and I think this is you again, Frank, isn't it?
It is.
That's what I thought. Okay, so. And is the okay, we got the applicant promoter, Tom is here. Okay, so I'm gonna give a brief summary. FLA Group is seeking a full on-premise liquor license in the premises located at 187 Orchard Street between Houston and Stanton. It's an application for an establishment with, and again, I was blank, I don't know if that's been determined yet. Is it 74 or is it a larger number?
Larger number.
That's okay. But that,
Tom,
it
what's the
wasn't,
occupancy going to be?
it what? Sorry about that. Did you have that application, that information in the application?
The prior C of O was 235. This is likely going to be about 150.
Okay. So I'm just, for that matter, I'm gonna leave undetermined with an undetermined number of people at this point.
There's gonna be a public assembly.
Yes.
This is our property, right?
It parts. With 10 tables and 29 seats with 1 bar seating approximately 24 people, serving regional comfort food, with a food preparation area, serving food during all hours, no TVs. But you will have live music and DJs is what you're proposing, correct?
Live music, certainly. Tom, can you hear Tom?
Yeah, I can hear. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, vinyl DJ selections, jazz music, not like like vinyl DJs upstairs, hi-fi system.
Yes, because you left off, or you had unchecked DJs and live music, so we assume that. Okay. Yeah. So just quick back to the summary. There are 40 on-premises liquor licenses within 500 feet. The current location is licensed with a full on-premises license as Ken Rock Entertainment, which is Rockwood Music Hall. This applicant has never previously been the license holder, but has worked in the business for 10 years at Baby's All Right in Brooklyn. There were no commercial criminal complaints at this location with action necessary. This application contained 8 letters of support from local business owners, employees, and residents near 187 Orchard Street, and 105 residents plus 27 digitally who live within 2 blocks of the location signed a petition in favor of this application.
How many did you say?
105
Okay.
plus 27 digitally.
Well, digitally, we don't.
They don't accept
We can't,
digitals, it's on our website. They have to use the petitions we give them.
Those were within the 2 blocks?
Yes. Yes. So that's the general summary, I think. Was there anything? And and the hours of operation were 5 p.m. to 2 a.m. Monday, Tuesday, 5 p.m. to 4 a.m. Wednesday through Saturday, and 5 p.m. to 12 a.m. on Sunday. Okay. Frank or Tom, do you have anything to add or clarify with what I said?
Yeah, Tom, do you want to go first or want me to go first?
You
Go
go
ahead.
first.
Oh, you go. I'll wait.
You want? Okay, I'll talk about is Billy elevated too, my partner? Because he's going to speak a little bit as well.
We will do that right now.
I think he probably has his hand raised.
Yes, he does.
Okay.
I believe I'm here.
Hey, okay.
Okay.
So, hi everyone. My partner Billy and I were excited to bring this jazz venue to the Lower East Side. We both have a deep passion for music. Our cafe, our jazz cafe, is going to combine our passions for the live arts in the space at 187 Orchard Street.
Yeah, I'm also pleased to be here this evening, this long evening. Tom and I have more than 30 years combined experience in live music, and we've spent the last 6 years working together very closely together at Baby's All Right, a venue I co-founded in 2013. Jazz has long been a personal passion of mine, and it's been a lifelong dream to open a small venue like this and to program with like an arts first mentality. I called the Lower East Side my second home for many, many years after moving here in 2002. My 21 plus years experience in New York City music has led me from venues such as Shanae on Attorney and Stanton to programming international tours for labels like New Amsterdam Records. I work in music has always been explicitly intertwined with my profound attachment to New York and its long storied past. And I've met few people as dedicated to that, the same as Tom, in preserving the special part of the world that we look to work in, specifically as it relates to creating a home for a musical arts community beneath Houston.
Yeah, when Billy found this address, he called me and asked if I'd like to partner with him on it. Having enjoyed his company and his inspired approach to hospitality and entertainment over the past half decade, I felt an immediate thrill in the prospect of working with him on this vision. He and I have worked a lot to begin defining this concept for our presentation for you here today. We look forward to answering questions. The site has history. It was Rockwood Music Hall, as was established just now for the past 10 years. Ken provided a really well-run music space, and this neighborhood deserves it no less. We are keen to maintain that legacy. Our programming will be different, focused heavily on jazz and avant-garde music, and we will make some structural changes to ensure quality experience for musicians, their patrons, and our neighbors. We aim to open our doors this coming April softly.
Yeah, we're almost done here. Yeah.
I'd just like to add, this applicant came before you, I think it was in May of this year for same type of operation of 5 Chatham Square. I would say that we were not greeted warmly, and there was a lot of opposition from the Chinatown community. We, rather than proceed with that project, because it seemed like the neighbors really and the residents really were never going to be happy, we pulled up stakes and walked away from that project. When Rockwood became available, it's a perfect fit because it is currently a live music venue. It's extraordinarily well soundproofed, and it gives us the opportunity to, I think actually you did us a favor by turning us down on Chatham Square. This is a much better fit for us. We don't have to do the extraordinary soundproofing that we would have had to do at Chatham Square. It's there right now. And the new design that Tom has come up with has built. Tom, you want to describe the vestibule and explain why the drop in the occupancy?
Yeah, so currently the CO, if you look on the DOB now, it's 100.
I want to just interrupt. I see Al Firestein is here and has his hand raised. I assume he's here working, correct?
He's working with us, yeah, and we submitted his report.
As this presentation, does he have to add?
Yes, yeah, and I can speak to this, and this will kind of lead into Al's statement as well. So the space was the CO had 150 person occupancy on the ground floor, 65 people downstairs, and 20 people on the mezzanine. We are shrinking that significantly in a major effort to, work towards making this an even better space for the community. The hallway we're adding will make room for internal queuing. Upstairs will never be ticketed. That's free entry always. So we have this way to maintain any type of queue that does form. And again, this is only the venue downstairs is a 65 person occupancy, 5 musicians. That means 60 tickets. This is a very, very, very small space. And and we'll have more than enough room to keep everyone queued inside to prevent chatter on the streets. So that's another part that goes towards the plan. And I just want to clarify one thing that Frank said. The space has a remarkably no history of complaints except 3 complaints in the past 10 years, one of which was for a truck driving by. So really just 2. And we are improving the sound. There's a lot of sound treatment. We are going to be improving the soundproofing a lot. And Al can speak to that now.
Okay. Hi, guys. I did a sound test where I produced loud sound in the basement and jazz club sound in the first floor. I measured the noise levels transferring in all directions from the first floor to next door, from the first floor upstairs, from the first floor out to the sidewalk, from the cellar up to the first floor and the second floor. And I have a report with recommendations for, this is optional, but since they have 2 live music venues, I don't want the bottom one to disturb the top one. And of course, that means sound would be reduced to the extent that it would not be louder than the sound level in the jazz venue, which is on the ground floor. That means that if that sound level is lower than that on the first floor than the jazz, and if the jazz music is lower than if the leakage from the jazz music on the first floor and also the live music in the cellar going up to the first floor, if that's lower than the ambient noise outside on the street, then we won't have noise from either venue going out to the street. And that's indeed the case. So I made recommendations to keep their isolation between their spaces as ceiling treatment downstairs, wall treatment downstairs. You probably have the report details about pipes, penetrations, the doors. And one of the critical things is that the sound leakage from the cellar to the first floor is primarily through an open stairway. There's a door, which is a pretty bad door at the bottom of that stairway. So we've agreed that they're going to put in a sound lock. That means 2 doors, not just 2 doors, but 2 really heavy doors. They're rated. They have an STC rating, and form like an airlock.
We appreciate the detail, but mainly we're just concerned there was existing soundproofing. You're beefing up the existing soundproofing to basically prevent any sound leakage between floors and also especially outside of the venue. Is that correct?
That's correct. I gotta mention, we've all been here for like 3.5 hours. I really squirm in my seat when I hear people talk about background level. It's not a decibel reading. It's totally qualitative when they talk about DJs and live music without putting decibel readings. In the report, I have specific limits on the decibels that will be produced and the frequencies in which they will be produced. The bass is the most important one, as you guys know. But these applicants have, to their credit, which I think is to their credit, to do a sound test, to do a report on the sound test, and to have recommendations that are specific in terms of construction and sound system.
Okay. Thank you, Al.
Can I just stop you for 1 second, Clint?
Please do, yes.
For some reason, I don't know why, you're reverbing like crazy. Maybe Al knows why.
Is that new? Is it something that just started, or has it been all night? Because
we could use a sound engineer.
There's no money.
It just started now. It just started now, Clint.
He's not cheap.
I don't know what
Susan's mic.
to say.
Are there any issues with soundproofing and noise complaints from this project?
Not a problem.
No.
Yeah, that is wrong.
No.
Okay.
So I think so yes, thank you for that presentation, Al. I know the applicant, you were adding things. Is there anything else you wanted to add to the application? I think you did a pretty good job of explaining what you're proposing and what you're intending.
We've also included the security plan from our security company. It's part of your package. And I think
As
that's
well
what
as an example week of programming that we hope to provide.
So I think we have a pretty good understanding of what you're doing. We're going to move to the public now. If you're here to speak to this item, could you please raise your Zoom hand? Yep. Starting with you, Hank, we're going to promote you. You ought to lag, and then please unmute yourself.
Hi, how's it going? Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, how's it going? Yeah, my name's Hank Steamer. I'm a journalist, writer and editor, and I've spent about 20 plus years covering jazz in New York for the New York Times, Rolling Stone, Time Out New York, other publications. And in that time, I've often been frustrated by the lack of affordable venues for jazz music that are plugged into both the cutting edge developments in the music and the ever-changing dynamics of the audience surrounding it. I feel that it's still possible to see some of the world's best musicians play jazz on a nightly basis in New York, but it's surprisingly difficult to do so in a setting that feels vital, youthful, and crucially affordable. And I'll say that I feel like the Lower East Side has a rich history of exactly this type of venue, but since the closing of a venue called Tonic on Norfolk Street in 2007, I would say not just the Lower East Side, but the city as a whole have felt a distinct lack of this type of environment. And in the past 10 years, jazz has really had like a sort of a new like youth interest, thanks to the music of artists including Kamasi Washington and Jamie Branch, and too few venues in which these new converts can explore and test the musical waters among like-minded fans. And I would say that that is the kind of community that Baby's All Right fostered for underground rock music in Brooklyn within the past decade. And I'm confident that if anyone can bring the same spirit to a jazz club and revitalize the presence of the music on the LES, it is these same owners. And I would be thrilled to see jazz return to this neighborhood. I know that hundreds of local aficionados would agree. So I think these are the right people to do this. And it would be, we've been waiting a long time for this, and it's a really exciting potential development.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to move on to Joe Petruselli.
Hi, my name's Joe Petruselli. I'm the executive director of the Jazz Foundation of America. We are a nonprofit based in New York that provides emergency assistance to musicians in crisis. So that extends to housing, healthcare, employment, disaster relief, and emergency financial support. And if you didn't catch the top of this, Joe Petruselli, Jazz Foundation of America, Executive Director. Hank has spoken to the audience need for and desire for a venue like this. I really look at this new venue kind of extending the cultural legacy of the neighborhood and providing an all important opportunity for local musicians to have a bandstand. I think some of the most his iconic and durable images of jazz in New York stem from this very neighborhood. Sonny Rollins playing on the Williamsburg Bridge, Ornette Coleman really inventing free jazz at the 5 Spot on Cooper Square. And I've worked over the years with dozens and dozens of artists in the neighborhood, some of whom have lived there for 50 years. I remember going door to door, delivering care packages and checking in on musicians after Hurricane Sandy. And the Jazz Foundation of America works with community-based organizations like Art for Arts in the neighborhood, and as well as at community gardens and in the parks to provide gigs for musicians. And I know there.
Seconds left.
Pardon?
There's 30 seconds more, so.
Oh, understood.
Please help and get this application. I appreciate all the background, but.
Well, no, as far as representing the need for musicians in the neighborhood to find a bandstand and a steady gig, I'm thrilled about this opportunity and to partner on it.
Great, thank you very much. Next we have David Troutman.
Hey, David Troutman, I live on Orchard Street, and I strongly oppose this property, or this project for this property. As Susan Stetzer properly pointed out, our neighborhood is getting bombarded with very, very serious safety issues. The concerns of yet another liquor license with yet another late night venue that's dumping people out onto the streets at incredibly late hours. Anything after midnight is extremely difficult for our community and making things very, very difficult as a place to live. We have problems with the weed shops, but it's not just the weed shops that are people are complaining about. It's the number of liquor licenses that we've had, and a rather large number of bad operators. Are just very concerned about the size of the place, and I hope you'll deny this one outright. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And we have, looks like it's an email address. I think it's egumpert.
Bless you.
Okay, you can go ahead and unmute yourself, please. Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say this. I mean, I live on 188 Orchard Street across the street, and been there for over 35 years. This proposal is an absolute disaster, having a full club with DJs open to 4 a.m. and 2 a.m. on the other days. I mean, Orchard Street is very narrow, so all sounds, I mean, carry across it, and they sound like they're right below the apartment, even if you're across the street. I mean, the block is already a nightmare with the, say, Club Indigo, huge crowds, and many other liquor license on this, like Local 138. I mean, life has become unlivable. We can't open our windows at night, and we cannot have security and crowds outside. Now, you say you're going to reduce the capacity, but there's still people who want to go into any shows, and we had this before with security yelling at patrons and patrons ignoring them. How do you prevent crowds from blocking the sidewalk and spilling into the street? I mean, and the sound engineering analysis is there's no soundproofing whatsoever. What I mean by this is that on the lobby, which is facing the street, it's just a glass storefront. They're not replacing that with acoustic shield, tile. So when people come in and out of that, there's a constant blast of noise from the speakers in the lobby area. There are no double doors or anything. And maybe they're putting limiters on the bass. That would be good, but so it's still going to add to the vomiting, urinating, fighting crowds that we have. So I mean, and the hours are just totally untenable. I mean, we have to we like jazz, but we have to work in the morning. We can't have this during the weekday, which was our only respite from the horror of the weekend, right?
Your time is up, so please wrap it up. Thank you.
Did you hear me say thank you?
Yes. Okay. Yes. I did not actually.
Okay. Yes. I'm done.
Good timing. Okay. I do not see any other hands up. That being said, committee questions.
How long has Rockwood been going? When did they close?
Under a year, I think.
No, Rockwood's been
No,
going for well over a decade. Has been gone.
No.
Come on, sorry.
I think
I think
Rockwood
it's
is still there. It's
Rockwood's still there.
Can we respond to these comments?
What comments? It was a question and we answered it.
yeah.
No, David, not your question, but what the public said.
No, you may not. Unless the committee asks you.
Yeah, give us a second on that, Frank.
Just to clarify, Rockwood is still open. It's on the Allen side.
That's what we thought. It's on the Allen side. So they're splitting off and opening another venue on the other side.
Yeah, they got the other stage there.
so which, yeah.
It's the smallest room that Rockwood has, right?
Yeah.
Have there been issues from that in the past? Susan, do you know of any?
No, Ken ran a really good place, so I'm not quite understanding what's happening. I thought Rockwood was, I've been reading that they've been having problems,
Yeah.
so I thought they were closing.
So they've got the 2 rooms on the,
Downstairs.
no, on the
Allen
Allen
Street
Street side, and there's a 3rd room on the back, which opens out door, which has a glass fronting.
I know, we actually had a community board meeting there once.
So this is a new entrance?
Yes.
It was an entrance from Orchard Street.
But it's always been there, I think it's still there, isn't
Well,
it?
it's there, but I don't think they use that as their primary entrance.
I never went through it that way.
Yeah, it's
I
throughout.
went to a couple shows there.
Yeah.
So Rockwood's gonna stay there, and at least people on the Orchard
Yes.
Street side.
Yes.
Oh.
That's correct. Rockwood is staying completely. You're taking the back space essentially on the Orchard Street side, upstairs and downstairs.
Correct.
Ground level and cellar, yeah, correct.
Yeah.
Mezzanine.
It's all right now.
Like another room.
What is in the cell? Do they currently use that room downstairs?
It was used for concerts. It was a stage.
Okay.
And yes, they did. And the upstairs was a lobby for the main Allen, like the large Allen Street side. That was the use for it, the official use for it.
Is there currently a stage in that room?
There's a stage in the basement, and there will not be a stage with our renovations on the ground floor. The ground floor will have a trio, and just to comment on Eric's statements, we will be adding isolation in front of those windows, in the inside of those windows. So we're doing a lot of work there. We're paying attention to those windows specifically. That's Mr. Gumpert's comment. And then, yeah, so the ground level will have a hallway, so 2 separate doors, a vestibule for sound and queuing. And then there'll be a reduced square footage inside with acoustic unamplified jazz trios and high fidelity vinyl DJing DJing evokes a very specific image, but this is not that image.
Selecting would be the term.
Selecting is the term in the business, yeah.
Yeah.
So then the cellar has a stage currently and will be, sorry?
That DJ upstairs, is that club entertainment level?
No, conversational.
Conversation, okay.
We're treating it, we're doing sound treatment there anyway, as you can see in our the report because we want to be, I mean, there is such a, there's 3 complaints in the past 10 years, like I said, and we're doing a lot of work regardless because we want to make sure that this is perfect.
Yeah, okay, so anyone else from the committee have questions? My only concern is, I just need to throw this out, based on the research we did and what we did on you, Tom, when you ran Babies All Right in Brooklyn, you did have issues with police when you ran that there. And you said you wanted to bring a little bit of that to the East Village?
No, sorry, I don't really follow the question. I would definitely not want to bring that anywhere, but we had a relatively small number of complaints for a similar size music venue. It was 43 in 3 years, but most of those were crowd noise outside, which is why there's been so much effort put into the queuing of people and why we have these interior vestibules, why we're putting extra effort into soundproofing. But not to mention the major difference here is that this is, the Babies All Right is about 250 tickets. This is 60. It's just a vastly smaller project. The programming is focused on jazz and avant-garde music. This is not the same thing at all. No.
So, and my other second question to add to that is the hours for like earlier in the week. Well, Monday, Tuesday it's 2, and then Wednesday through Saturday it's 4 a.m. Are you planning on having shows or having stuff where crowds are going to be letting out at 2 a.m. on Tuesdays and Wednesday nights? Is that?
So not exactly, but so not on Tuesdays at all, but you can see we have the sample programming we provided. It's pretty standard in jazz programming to do multiple shows in a night, especially for a smaller room, to have multiple audiences come through. So it'll be the same show 2 or 3 times in an evening. And yes, I mean that is part of it.
There's a large crowd of 65 isn't a massive crowd, but it's leaving all at once. And if they have been listening to jazz and they've had a few drinks, that's going to be loud. So it's the crowds leaving all at once is a little bit of concern for me early in the week.
So we have the lobby, which will definitely slow down. It's not, we're not like a typical music venue, and Billy can speak to this too. I mean, he had the brilliant idea in some of his past spaces to emphasize the lounge element as a filtering. So, most music venues, when the show's over, lights are on, people get kicked out. That's not how we run our business. And generally that helps with the problem you're mentioning right now. What we do is we invite people to stay, which is why these hours are key to us. I mean, the average sales between 2 and 4 a.m. at Babies, which is a much bigger venue, are $600 over those 2 hours. They're not money-making hours in the music business, but they are important for letting the crowd slowly leave a space. So that's why this matters to us. Programming will probably, Billy, do you want to speak to the programming a little bit? That's probably
Well, the
better.
programming will probably end around latest, on weekdays, I would say around 12, 12:30, maybe 1, like on a
You answered my
Wednesday.
question. I think I'm good. You've answered my question.
Okay.
Anyone else have anything else to say or add questions, comments?
Describe the vestibule and how that's gonna work, because I think it was David, but that someone asked about, or mentioned that when the doors open, the sound is out. What is your vestibule like?
The vestibule is going to be multiple layers of sheetrock and 2 sturdy doors, about 14 feet apart. And Al can speak to this if he's still, I imagine he might be still here, but that would be a treated hallway. So that's 14 feet of sound treatment that would do a significant amount of deadening before anything from inside gets outside. Not to mention that the hallway goes to the lounge level, which is a,
Higher music of the crowds. Got it. Okay.
Thanks.
May I add something, please?
Quickly, Frank.
Rockwood currently has 4 a.m. 7 days a week.
Rockwood doesn't exit onto Orchard like that.
No, but I'm just mentioning we are trimming the hours from what currently exists. We're not adding a place to the neighborhood. We're just replacing what exists.
Except Allen is very different than Orchard, Frank. That's my only concern, but thank you. So, committee, where do we all stand on this?
I'm for it as it stands.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions, concerns, opinions? Not, someone can move to making a motion.
Motion to deny unless stipulations are agreed to
as
presented on the screen.
Thank you.
Following.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Sarah. Okay. So that being said, we will use the summary, and I think there was 1 or 2 corrections that I did change after Frank corrected that. So Michael, if you could bring up the the stipulations that go along with this item. So it will be the summary I provided earlier with the whereas clauses going into therefore we would deny unless the applicant agrees to operate a tavern with a kitchen open and serving food during all hours of operation. The hours of operation will be no later than 5 p.m. and closing 12 a.m. Sunday, 2 a.m. Monday and Tuesday, and 4 a.m. Thursday through, that should be Saturday, correct?
Wednesday through Saturday. Because it's Monday, Tuesday. Yeah.
12 a.m. Sunday, 2 a.m. Monday and Tuesday, and 4 a.m. Wednesday through Saturday.
Correct. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Also, the address is incorrect currently. It should be 187 Orchard Street.
Yeah. It will operate, I'm sorry. Yeah, that was the hours of operation. I will not use outdoor space for commercial use, including open restaurants. I will employ security doormen, 2 to 4 security. I will install soundproofing. I will have a closed fixed facade. I will not have DJs, live music. I'm sorry, we will have DJs and live music, but will not have third-party promoted events.
Correct.
You will have events where the cover fee is charged, scheduled performances. It will not be ambient recorded background music only. No, should we address that like we did in the last item? Should that still be checked? I tend to think not.
Is it background music?
It's not gonna be background music, so that shouldn't
So,
be,
yeah, right.
yeah, so leave that unchecked.
Okay.
I will not apply for an alteration of the method of operation without coming before CB3. Will not participate in pub crawls or bar party buses. Will not have unlimited drink specials, including boozy brunches. I will not have a happy hour. I will not have wait lines. I will have a staff person responsible for ensuring no loitering or crowds outside. That's especially important with this item because, as you've heard, Orchard Street just can't handle it. Residents may contact the manager at the number below, Thomas Moore, and that's your correct number?
Yes, it is.
Okay, cool. Is that everything okay with that?
Yes, everything is. There is one thing that I think should have. Yeah, the number 5 that should be checked, right? I will employ.
Before security's filled in, but the box wasn't checked, so sorry about that. Yeah.
Okay, I think that looks right. Yeah, closed facade and open doors or windows. Yeah, this looks good.
Okay, great. Okay, so that being said, we will move to a vote. Sarah?
Yes.
David?
Yes.
Jamie?
Yes.
Michael? Yes. Amanda?
Yes.
Clinton? No. Okay, motion carries. Good luck, guys.
Thank you very much.
We'll send you the
Thank
stipulations.
you all for your patience.
Thanks, Frank.
Thank you, Frank. Have a good night, guys. Thanks.